should be up shortly here. I just need that. I just need that link. All right. I'm actually, for a brief second, gonna need to grab the YouTube link.
Ooh, I'm looking. Okay, we got a countdown. Taking the ad off.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, so this is a bit delayed.
Yep, it's a little bit delayed, but that's okay. We're about to go. I think we'll go live shortly, or we're about to be live. I just need to check this first.
I think we're live because I'm not signed into the account. I'm signed into mine.
Okay, but it's working for you. I need to
I'm
let.
gonna see what the delay is.
I need to let our Discord folks know. It should be about 20 seconds, plus an incredibly slow moving laptop for me.
Ah, the delay's not that bad.
Okay, good. Well, that's good because we got an NFL draft party to kick off. Welcome, everybody. Thanks for coming in. Looking forward to tonight's festivities as the 2023 NFL draft kicks off. Thank you for joining us and coming in and hanging out with us. Tonight's an exciting night for a variety of reasons. Not only is tonight the most exciting night of the NFL offseason, but we have a new face joining the Facemask fam. Will, making his debut on the Facemask Fantasy live stream, is going to be joining in, going to be helping out, pitching in. And what better way to get started than everybody's favorite day in April? Will, thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me. I'm excited to be part of the Fantasy Facemask crew. The team here, I am so pumped for today. I almost get more excited for this than actual football.
Than the actual games themselves.
The idea of just like the hope and the wonder and like it forms the teams and it's just such a cool sort of. I mean, they've turned it into this huge event at this point, but I've just always been enamored and followed along, and it seems to be growing now. And happy to be able to be part of something that doing a show for it and getting to watch it live. And yeah, I'm ready. I'm excited.
Yeah, it's going to be a good night. It's going to be an exciting night. Lots of movement expected between not just the picks, but potential players themselves. We're about 5 minutes, just under 5 minutes to go before the Carolina Panthers are officially on the clock. We've got you guys covered tonight from the perspective of fantasy, the fallout from everything that happens tonight. We'll dive in a little bit, of course, when appropriate, depending on the picks. Whether it's fantasy relevant or not, we'll be sure to talk about it. But this is a hangout. This is a party. This is NFL fans' favorite night, like I always said before the actual games kick off. So this is supposed to be a good time, a fun time. Let me see if I'm actually able to visualize the chat. I can't, but I'll be sure to check on that intermittently in the event that there are comments, questions, anything of that nature. We'll make sure to keep the audience engaged and interested. It's going to be a fun night.
Yeah.
With that said,
if I heard you correctly, you did say it's a party, so I'm going to go ahead and get this party started.
Crack one a little bit. Yeah, you absolutely can. I know, Will, on your end, you've got a lot of thoughts on where guys are going to end up. I know you've been charting different things from team needs. Yeah. So I know that's lots of that's going to be something that's really exciting for people who maybe we definitely have our diehards. What's going on, Iron? What's going on, Mike? Good to see you guys. Thanks for coming in. Hopefully we have a few more people join us to come in and hang out. These are guys that are, you guys have been paying attention since the first day of the off season, right? So, but you're going to get the more casual fans in here tonight as well. And they might not be as familiar with team needs to the degree that I think you've taken a look at. So that's going to be a good, interesting thing to look at tonight. Depth as far as what teams are able to add, that's going to be more tomorrow and Saturday. The prime time, the big names, of course, are what come off the board tonight. It's what's going to draw the most interest by far. Um, that being said, um, does
Yeah,
anything stand out for you tonight as far as like your homework,
well,
the homework you've done?
before I dive into that real quick, Nick,
Yeah.
I'm getting some feedback here. It looks like my audio is a little low. I don't know if there's if I'll just kind of raise my voice and try to speak up, or if we can
Let me see if I
kind
can.
of on the
Let
fly
me see if I can pump
work on
those
that.
levels a
But
little bit.
yeah, while you do that, kind of different in this draft from previous years. I mean, just looking back to a couple years ago, we knew kind of Trevor Lawrence was going one, Zach Wilson going two. Like we sort of had it charted out who was going where to start, and then it kind of opens up from there. After the first pick, up until about I'd say 10, 15 minutes ago, we only knew Bryce Young at one, and then it was wide open. I mean, we assumed a quarterback, but then all this Tyrese Wilson and
Mm-hmm.
Will Anderson talk possibly to Houston that they were talking about not taking a quarterback at two, but it looks like now that the odds have swung super heavily in favor of Stroud going number two. So I'm looking for the quarterbacks to kick off this draft. But after that, I think we see some real action once Arizona's on the clock. I mean, we know they got Kyler; he's hurt to start the year, but
Mm-hmm.
he's still young. He's only been in the league 4 or so years, 5 years, and he's going to be their quarterback moving forward. So we know that they're probably shopping that pick, and if they don't get a partner to do the dance with, they're going to look to take. I would assume Will Anderson or one of these top defensive players.
Makes sense. I never thought. It always seemed weird to me that Houston wouldn't explore one of these quarterbacks and actually be serious about taking anything else, a skill position player. By the way, I did up the levels a little bit, so if you can't hear Will, let me know. I'll try to continue to mess around with it. We tested it and it worked fine prior to this kickoff. So hopefully there's no issues there. I bumped the levels a little bit. Just keep us honest. Feel free to do that. Appreciate it.
Party. Let's keep it loose. Let's keep it fun.
Yeah, no, that's what it's all about. This is everybody's most, this is what we've been looking forward to for weeks, if not months. Um, it's I thought Stroud would be the first pick as recently as the end of the Super Bowl. I thought Stroud would be the first pick just based on what he did. Forget the full body of work, but the performance against Georgia in the college football playoff semifinal for me like cemented it. He looked like a guy that I wanted to take first overall.
Well, Nick, it's probably the S2 test. I'm just kidding. We
Oh
got
God.
that alone, but
Everybody loves
yeah,
these cognitive, whatever, these brain tests. It's just like, what's this guy good at on the football field? And for Stroud, it's a lot of things. So,
I think people just kind of came around to the idea that Young has been playing against NFL level talent this whole time and has been doing it. So ignoring the height and weight concerns became a little easier once you kind of. It's not like he's coming from FCS school or coming from some smaller non-power five conference or even
mhm,
one of the weaker ones. Like he's been dealing with NFL talent on defense and throwing over NFL talent offensive linemen his whole college career. So he's well equipped for the role he's going to be stepping into in Carolina.
for sure. Um, I thought Stroud, while he didn't see the level of competition on a week per week basis that Young did. But I mean, it's like scout the player, not the helmet, right? Like
For sure.
he's definitely got. I think he's got the one thing, the drawback on him, if you want to call it that, is he's not this like superior athlete as far as running or scrambling out of the pocket, right? Like he can do it, but it's not some elite dynamic element to his game, at least right now. But
Right.
that shouldn't deter anybody, in my
Yeah.
opinion.
I don't know if it would deter them as much as it would. I'm just saying, as far as if you're looking to combat what were the knocks on Young going into this, it sort of people kind of came back to water found its level as far as okay, like Young was sort of looked at as the top guy before, and then these sort of rumors and ideas crept into people's head about his size and weight issues, and I think they've sort of been dismissed, and we've kind of just gotten back to the tape and going into the year, I'm pretty sure Young was looked at as the number one guy. So I think that's where we're going to be. It just that's what came to everyone's their minds after the season.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, since the season started. We are officially past the 8 o'clock hour on the East Coast, so we're now just kind of getting through all of the pre-show previews or whatever you call it before the commissioner takes the podium. It's not going to be long now. It sounds like your audios are still kind of an issue, so let me see if there's anything. Let me see if there's anything I can do on my end. Did you add like earbuds at all, Will?
Did I add them? No, I'm just using the.
You're just using the
Yeah.
just the desk or the
standard on the computer.
Sure. Yeah, we were having issues with some plugins to get his audio hooked up. So man, that's unfortunate because I was hearing you fine when I was testing this. I'm gonna boost the levels a little bit more and see if that does anything at all. Let me know if that gets too hot. Let me know if that gets or if that does the trick. Obviously, we'll want you guys to be able to hear both of us, or it's gonna be a bit of a funky experience for you guys, and that, of course, is not what I want.
Yeah, otherwise you guys just have to listen to Nick, and
that's
don't want that.
That's not as fun. Let me see if I unplug.
Try the AirPods, Nick. Would that? I mean, do you think it's on that end?
Let me see if I unplug my earbuds and see if that does anything. I'm not sure why it would matter. All right, let me see. Let me see if this will actually. Can you still hear me, Will?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me see if that fixes anything.
Thanks for hanging with us, guys. Technical difficulties here.
Yeah. Let me see if that actually does anything. I'm gonna actually check. I'm gonna boost my levels on my phone as well to see if that fixes it at all. Okay, that might have been a little. This might be a little bit better. I think that might be a little bit better.
Testing.
Yeah,
guys, let me know if you can hear me now.
That might be a little bit better. Yeah, I think we're good now. I do. I think we're good now. Let me know if not. But I think that actually improved it. I'm just checking. I'm getting through my own ads. What's the Eagles cards news that I missed? All right.
Sorry, I was listening. Someone sent me a playback of it. Yeah, it's a little lighter. I'm gonna try to amplify my voice as much as possible. You guys, let me know. If there's any improvement on
that end. Something just happened between the Eagles and the Cardinals. They have issued a joint statement. This was about 10 minutes ago. They've agreed on the settlement of an issue concerning, I'm now quoting, this is a joint statement put out by both the Cardinals and the Eagles, quote, both teams have agreed on the settlement of an issue concerning an instance of impermissible contact by Arizona during its head coaching search this past January. The Cardinals self-reported to the National Football League that General Manager Monty Ossenfort had a phone conversation with then Eagles defensive coordinator Jonathan Gannon in the days following the NFC Championship game, a period during which contact is not permitted under the league's anti-tampering policy. To resolve the matter between the two clubs, the Cardinals and Eagles have agreed to swap third-round picks in the 2023 NFL Draft, and the Cardinals receive Philadelphia's fifth-round selection in 2024. So, the teams came to an agreement on a dispute in the form of a pick trade. That's new.
So that was on the Cardinals. They were reaching out to Nick. Remind me of the coach now, your D coordinator.
Well, it's Gannon. Yeah.
Gannon. So they reach out to Gannon at a time that's not allowed, and then it got them. Is that what they're saying? They settled on that issue, just resolving it in-house, basically?
Sounds like it, yeah.
By the way, I got thrown off here. My I had to reload my watch here, so hopefully we're still somewhat in sync.
Okay.
You got Goodell, our favorite, up there?
I'm good. We're good. We're all squared away. They swapped. Yeah. So the Eagles and Cardinals swapped thirds, and they gave up a 5th-round pick. So that's the terms that the teams have agreed upon in as a result of Arizona reportedly breaking some tampering and contacting a coach at a time where that was not allowed. So there you go. So the Eagles, I guess, move up in the 3rd round now, and the Cardinals move back, but they pick up a 5th rounder next year. So there you go.
Okay.
Interesting little piece of information. Appreciate it, Rojo. Thanks for.
Yeah, good looks, guys. Because
yeah.
we're just in case we didn't mention it. Me and Nick are obviously going to be on a little bit of delay. We're both watching on our streams, not on a live cable. So we've synced it up on our end and agreed to both shut off any notifications from Sleeper, Fantasy Life, the talking heads on Twitter that love to just shoot those picks out before you see them, trying to make the party as fun as possible. Watch it show up with Goodell, saying the name. So you guys may know before we announce anything or say it. We're just
that's
okay. Watch, enjoy, and get the reactions from us, I guess, and talk about it.
Yeah, I mean, it might be delayed by 30 seconds, but you're gonna get you're gonna get a well thought out dialogue conversation about what each pick means from a fantasy relevant perspective. We can, of course, dive into the just pure NFL side of it as well. But obviously, this is a channel driven primarily by fantasy football coverage, analysis, breakdowns, you name it. Just because it's the NFL draft does not change anything in that regard. And we're, of course, happy to take questions as well as the night unfolds. So strap in, grab a beer.
Go ahead, sorry.
I was. That's pretty much it. Strap in, grab a beer.
Yep.
Grab a couple.
Everyone's trying to play a little drinking game with me. I got 8 beers next to me, and there are 31 picks this year, usually 32. So I'm going to see if I can hold a 1 beer per 4 pick pace.
Okay. There's certainly a goal or a game that you can play tonight.
Some sort of incentive. And then when the Eagles do draft Bijan Robinson for Nick at 10, I'll be doing some celebratory shots. I know Nick will want to take part in because he is dying to get a running back at a top 10 pick.
There's nothing like spending top 10 capital on a running back. And I don't mean to look. I don't mean to just kind of put down Bijan in that regard. He's an outstanding take the position away. He's probably a top 3 talent in this class. Like when you just talk about pure skill and ability, Bijan is up there. It's just the position he plays is so. It's just not a good use of resources.
The reason that the draft capital is such a factor for that is because what you're getting as a benefit of a rookie pick and why hitting on a quarterback rookie is so much of an advantage. The gap against the cap that you have between what the market would be for that player and what the rookie value is for that player is so huge. For a running back, it's not as big. So you're missing out on that advantage. And then the lifespan of a running back, we all know, is shorter than a lot of these other positions. So when you sign that second, you just aren't getting them committed to a team for as long as, a guy that's going to have a potential 12, 13, 14, 15, 20-year career if it's great. Someone that would be associated with your team for a very, very long time. And when you have that top capital, you want to take advantage of both of those things. And a running back just doesn't do that in today's NFL. It's just the way it is. So it's not that he's not a top talent. It's just the way that, football, the NFL and contracts and, the turnover is at that position.
You want a foundational piece at a foundational position in the top 10.
Yes, sir.
And the position itself, the running back position, that doesn't fit that criteria. But he's going in the first round. We know he's going in the first round. We don't know when. Well, we highly assume that he's not falling. He's not falling out of the top 31 tonight. That is not going to happen. Where he goes is a mystery. What isn't a mystery is that the Panthers are officially on the clock.
What's the timer you got on your end?
I'm at about 8:15, 8:14, 8:13.
Okay, I'm a few seconds ahead, so I'll
Okay,
pause.
that's all right. I'm not too concerned about that.
I know.
They're showing highlights of.
Go ahead.
I'm just saying they're showing highlights of Bryce Young right now on ESPN. You would think that
who they're taking.
You would think that there's some type of inkling here that all suspicions have been confirmed. It appears they're going to take Bryce Young. I think it would be a surprise at this point if they went otherwise. And I'm sure you guys are already aware of the pick. Again, we're talking about this late. And again, there are going to be some reporters who are tipping picks, so we'll be minutes behind them. That is somewhat intentional. We don't want to know it before we see Goodell actually make the call. So again, apologies for any delay that you guys are hearing from us on your end from the pick when it's actually made till when you hear us talk about it. But you're going to get a breakdown regardless. And I think that's what everybody's, that's the expectation that you guys fairly have of us, and we will be sure to deliver that to you.
Yeah, if you guys could, we're going to be checking the chat. We want to interact with you guys as much as we can on there, so we do have it up. But just, for our enjoyment of it as well, if you can restrain as much as possible from shooting it off on there and spoiling. I don't want to say don't. Do what you got to do, but we may not get to it right away because we're going to be trying to keep the suspense for ourselves and watch this draft because like we said earlier, it's one of our favorite days of the year as far as the football season. So we want to be able to enjoy it with you guys in the same capacity that we were enjoying it before we were doing any of this on YouTube.
That's like 3 years ago for me now. Jeez.
Yeah, you're a veteran now.
I think our first ever stream was the 2021 NFL draft, and while I wish our audio setup was a little bit cleaner than it is right now, it was a clunky, weird looking experience a couple of years ago. It was very green. I guess come a little bit more of a longer way, I guess, since then. Still some tweaks to be made, but you can see us and hear us, so I'll take it.
And guys, give us some feedback if anybody, if I'm still having audio issues. Hopefully,
I think we're good.
Nick was able to adjust it. We haven't seen anything pop up.
Yeah, I think
my mom's not side texting me anymore. Hopefully.
Oh, that's good. She can hear you.
Hopefully, I think so.
That's good. That's what we want.
I didn't want her to turn me off and go watch some other draft show.
Right.
She loves this
stuff. Like, wow, man, what's this second-rate situation that we got going on here? I need to get something else, somebody more professional on my screen and in front of me. Man, they're showing Bryce Young. Looks
Young.
They
hear me all right, so I think
cool.
I think we got it figured out.
Cool.
Appreciate it.
It must have been my headphones. Not sure about that, but must have been my earbuds.
We'll get the audio figured out soon. I've got the whole setup here and everything. We just had some issues with the drive. We're going to get it all.
It'll be.
Don't you guys worry, but we wanted to make, it's draft day. We'll run with it.
Yep. Not too concerned about it at this very moment. Yeah. I know that Sleeper has tipped the pick. That's been a long time though. At least on my end, I don't think,
Did you see the tip? Is it?
I've seen the tip, but I saw breaking Panthers select, and then I kind of just shot it away. Just got it away. So I know that Sleeper's tipping them.
I muted it all. I muted all that.
There you go. You turn the noties off for the night.
Yeah, Nick, hold down the fort for 10 seconds.
Okay. While Will is taking a break or taking a step away, he is a Falcons fan. He's wearing a Falcons shirt. Why he's a Falcons fan? I guess he can answer that one for you if he chooses
we don't need to get into that.
Okay, but yes, he is the resident Falcons fan. The only one I've ever met. The only Falcons fan I know to actually be in existence. So
one of one, built different.
He's holding down the fort for the A, I suppose.
It's interesting because I think we both. It's funny how we were talking about Bijan earlier. I think we both obviously respect his talent and what he'll be able to do for a team. But both of our teams are the favorites to land him,
I know.
and I don't think either of us want that to happen.
I know first. I mean, if I don't want him in the situation where the Eagles can, in theory, make a quote unquote luxury pick, there's no way the Falcons. To me, you can't convince me any way, any which way that it makes sense for Atlanta, who is just, not. They're not there
We're
yet.
not in it. No,
they're not there yet, which means the running back would be the worst thing to take.
Yes. Now, once it happens and the season starts, I will just be a hypocrite.
You'll just be excited because it's Bijan. Yeah.
The thing I will say, the strength of our team was the run game. Arthur Smith has figured out how to turn Tyler Algier into a 1,000-yard back. So the run blocking on that O-line is elite, and it's going to just the only thing I can say is, like, if you're thinking, well, put that player in that role, and now you have what could be one of the top rushing offenses in the league. Does that win championships? This day and age, I don't know, but that is the one argument I guess you can make for why he would go there. Fantasy purposes, if he goes to Atlanta, I mean, I'm looking at him at the back of the first, honestly, in a redraft league, because it's the amount of work he's going to get and what that O-line can do with the run blocking. It's going to be stupid.
Mm-hmm. It's not like he'll be productive wherever he goes, but from a team building perspective, that's where it comes into question. What's going on, Dom? Good to see you, man. And
Dom's here.
Yeah. And real quick, I didn't see it quite earlier, but had some nice. Drew, if you're still in here, had some nice things to say about the channel. Really appreciate it, man. Happy to bring whatever analysis or insight that we can. On a consistent basis. I think Will's a great addition to the team in that regard. Well educated mind from the perspective of being able to break things down from a fantasy perspective. So that's the plan here, is just to keep that ship moving. So appreciate the kind words. But yes, that being said, I see a Dom sighting in the chat.
Happy to have him.
Yes, sir.
Bryce Young officially selected. I'm sure everyone except us knew that.
We were the last to know. That's okay.
I mean, we've been talking about it all day. Mm-hmm. Expect Stroud to go too at this point. I mean, I thought Houston would be an interesting pick, but 10 minutes before this thing got going, it seems like Stroud's the heavy favorite here.
Mm-hmm. As far as now that this is official, Young.
Yeah, I was gonna say let's talk about it.
Young to the Panthers. Are you taking him in a dynasty rookie superflex draft? Are you taking him 102 behind Bijan Robinson?
I think so. I don't have a problem if Stroud goes 2 to Houston. I don't have a problem with you going with Stroud instead. So I'm taking him no later than 3. I know I've heard talk about JSN being in the conversation, which, to me, he's the absolute number 1 receiver out of this class. And I think after him, there's a significant drop-off in the receiver class. This is definitely one of the weaker classes we've had in the last few years at that position. So I'm going Bijan 1 and then Stroud or Young 2 and 3, depending on your preference. The only other player that, could potentially enter that conversation, I guess, for fantasy purposes is if we see Anthony Richardson go real early, because, his rushing upside and athleticism is something fantasy definitely benefits from. And if he's an early quarterback and they invest in him, I could see that being a player I'm thinking about.
Yeah, I mean, if he goes in the next couple of picks, basically.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like if he ends up top 5, I'm definitely thinking about
That's
it.
more
Seattle would be weird because Geno's still there, so you're missing out on probably the first couple of years at least. But otherwise, yeah, if he goes to Indy or something, or if someone trades up with Arizona to get him at 3, I'm definitely looking at him in that range too.
I think if he goes to Seattle, I don't think we're necessarily waiting a couple of years. I think kudos to Gino for a spectacular turnaround and a comeback player of the year worthy season, which he won that award. He's 32. He's going to be 33. And I know that's not old per se for a quarterback, but if you believe in a guy that you're taking top 5, that guy's going to he's going to play sooner than later. I would say within 2 years. I would say he gets playing time potentially this year, depending on how Seattle's season goes. This is obviously all hypothetical if they take him. Texans pick is in, by the way.
Yeah, this is going to be Stroud, I imagine.
They didn't, yeah.
Unless, like, we haven't had a spoiler in the chat yet. So
I haven't seen it.
Sure, but seeing as there wasn't a trade, anything like that, I'm going to say Stroud. And Nick, if we want to do a little game between us here, as far as making a prediction pick by pick, I'm happy to play along with that. Keep a little score.
We could do that. We could start that off.
We'll assume that we both were going to put Bryce Young at 1, I think, right?
That was the way everything was trending. Whether I would have done that or not is a different story. But yeah, by every account, Bryce Young was going to be the first overall pick going into this draft, and that's exactly how it played out. I probably would have put him there at 1.
Are you saying Stroud at 2?
It makes sense. I would take him. Houston needs a quarterback, and when you have guys who are worthy of being taken this high at the quarterback position, and you have the pick, just do it. Just take. Yeah. You don't know if you're going to be this high again. You don't know if you're any of these teams. You don't know if you're going to be in the Caleb Williams, Drake May sweepstakes next year. You can't possibly try to look into a crystal ball and look down the line and be able to guess that. That includes if you rock into the season with Davis Mills if you're Houston. Look, they got the second pick this year. Next year, you miss out on Caleb Williams if you have the second pick. So, when you're this high, I get that Will Anderson is incredibly enticing. And if Arizona stays at 3, I got to imagine that's who they take. But you need a quarterback, Houston. CJ Stroud has to be the pick here for me, and that's my prediction.
Okay. Yeah, I think so too. I'm coming at it from more the betting odds I saw before this all started, but I was surprised that there was even conversation of it not happening. The only reason I was even thinking, okay, there might be something to this, is the fact that they had that pick at 12, and if their scouts really saw something they liked in a like Hendon Hooker or whatever, I don't see an issue if they were like, well, we're going to get him and get a top edge or D-line or someone at 2 and really, set this up nicely. You don't know what's going on in those rooms, but here comes Roger. We both picked Stroud. Let's see if we're 2 for 2.
Let's see if we get this one right. Get your guy, Houston. There he is. Yep.
Was I ahead of you by like a second or 2?
By like a second, maybe.
All right.
I
just backed it up another second, so.
Not too bad. That's okay. It's all good. So,
I don't want to be.
Got good, and then we have this live, I might have to refresh it a few times, but have the draft pick tracker up next to the split screen, so you guys can, there's a little bit of analysis that ESPN provides, or they just it's already there, but they just fling it up when the pick is in. So that's a little added piece there. Stroud officially goes second overall to Houston. I would have taken him first overall, but Houston ends up going quarterback, which is what I think they needed to do.
Nick, we got a message here. Fortune West.
Let's go on, Fortune.
What's the boldest trade prediction that we have for today for the first round? Do you have anything on your mind?
It can happen right now. It can happen right now. We've heard teams are enamored with Will Levis. We've heard that they're enamored with Anthony Richardson. Indianapolis needs a quarterback, and they're sitting right there at 4. If I'm the Tennessee Titans, it's time. The time is now. Move up from 11 to 3. Pick up capital to move back. I saw the report earlier that the Cardinals are trying to move DeAndre Hopkins in that potential
Yes.
rumored trade to
Yes.
Tennessee. I don't see a reason for them to do that. But I mean, this would be the time. This is the time right now. Tennessee also presumably not. I'm not completely giving up on Ryan Tannehill as far as his future in the NFL, but Tennessee is not ready to compete with how their roster has kind of the directions it's gone in the past couple of years. If you feel like there's a guy here that you like, you already have a team in your own division with their guy in Stroud with Houston, and Indianapolis is another one. I mean, it's do or die right now for the Tennessee Titans unless they are waiting, or if they want to kick the can down the road to 2024. But
I don't think they will.
Again, you're playing with fire doing that.
I could see it. No, I don't think they'll kick the can down the road. I could see that trade. That's definitely been talked about. If we're talking something bold, though, this would be out of Belichick's norm. But could you see the Patriots? The only thing is, I would think Mac would be part of a trade up if they did something, and Arizona doesn't need Mac Jones, so maybe not going there. So yeah, Tennessee, as far as this spot to trade up would be interesting. If New England does trade up, say to 5 with Seattle, and Seattle trades back, and they get Anthony Richardson in New England, and Mac Jones. See, I don't see. The thing is, I don't know who would want Mac Jones.
Yeah, that's the thing. You need two to tango, and who? Sorry, Mac Jones, but who wants Mac Jones right now? I mean,
I'll tell you what the boldest trade is. If Kansas City says we want Jackson Smith and Jigba and shoots up into the top 15 and gets him,
they have a need at wide receiver.
If they decide they want to jump some of those other, just get that, because Sky Moore, I mean, to be determined on what he can do. We saw some returns from him, and in the Super Bowl he caught a touchdown, but they're still looking for that number 1 pass catcher outside of Travis Kelce, and we know he's getting up there in age, so Smith and Jigba can definitely be that guy. He just isn't touching that spot at 31. So if we're talking a bold trade that would get the fantasy community really lighting up Twitter and talking, Kansas City trading up somehow and getting number 1 receiver out of this class would be really interesting.
That would blow the doors off. What about Baltimore? I mean, and there's another piece of the puzzle that we haven't even gotten to yet, is that the Ravens and Lamar Jackson have agreed officially to a contract extension. What if now that they're entrenched, as far as they have their guy, they have Lamar, do they make the trade for DeAndre Hopkins?
I heard some of that chatter going on. It seems, I mean, I guess they could. I don't know what. It sort of confused me when I heard that conversation. I mean, are you giving up on Bateman?
No, because you still have.
I just don't know if you need all that with Mark Andrews. It just seems like kind of overkill at this point.
I mean, you might be wanting to push Devin Duvernay down the depth chart because you have Odell, you have Rashad Bateman, but that would mean you still need another guy.
Could you put Odell in the slot?
You could
and run Bateman and DeAndre on the outside. I guess
you can move. You can move, and then you can interchange those two as well.
Listen, I'm all for it, but here's the thing.
For fantasy, it wouldn't be fun.
Lamar is going to Lamar. He's going to run the ball. I don't know if you're needing to put that level of pass catching weapons around his style of play. They just need to have J.K. Dobbins healthy for a whole season, get that offense to what it's supposed to be, where it's Lamar they can establish that run. Lamar can obviously throw the ball well, stay healthy. I just don't think it makes sense.
Cardinals are less than a minute away from making their selection.
They're really pushing this time.
They're milking this thing.
I don't think we got a trade. I think it's going to be Will Anderson. They traded the pick.
They traded the pick.
Texans jumped back up to 3.
Look at Houston. Are they going? They're grabbing Will Anderson.
Fortune West. That's the bowl.
There's the pick. There's the big trade. There's the big trade.
2 and 3. Oh my gosh. Are they getting Will Anderson? They love him that much.
I would think.
They got Kevin Costner over there running that war room, Nick.
Oh man, he's trading up. He's trading back. He's not looking at film until right now.
Unbelievable. I think it's Will Anderson. I think they fell in love with him and they said, let's get Stroud.
Let's just go get
and
both.
Let's get Anderson.
So clearly, Arizona clearly fell back to 12, and then we'll have to see what else they picked up. What's going on, Sam? What's going on, Pete? Good to see you guys. Thanks for coming in.
Nick, question for you.
Yeah.
Do they take Levis here and create a quarterback battle?
Like Stroud, Levis, with Davis Mills carrying the pads.
Yeah,
that's a hell of a way to start the draft.
Guys, that's one beer analysis for you. We're only going to be getting looser from here.
Right. This is the hard hitting stuff that you guys sign up for.
Definitely advanced analysis.
Right. The pick is going to be Will Anderson to me. I mean,
and it has to be, right?
I mean, it's not. I don't think it's going to be Jalen Carter.
Tyree Wilson.
It could be Wilson. It could be Tyree Wilson.
Do you have an official pick yet? We got to do it for our thing.
The pick is in. I think it's Anderson. I mean, he's spectacular. He's been spectacular. He wasn't just good this year. He was awesome the previous year as well. Proving he had basically top 3 overall talent before he was even eligible for the NFL draft. It's got to be Anderson.
All right, we're both locked in for Anderson. Let's see what they do.
Yep. Again,
Houston,
for anybody,
have we ever had a team?
I don't remember seeing this before, where a team picked at 2 and then moved up to 3. And I can't wait to see the parameters of the deal.
3 for 3, Nick.
Will Anderson. For anybody who's just jumping in, we are on a bit of a delay as far as what each team does. We have blocked anything that could potentially tip off the picks. We're going to be reacting to it without those potential pop-ups before it's actually official. So if you guys know before we do, that's fine. It's almost a little bit designed that way because we're on a bit of a delay. But y'all know that the analysis, the breakdowns, they're coming. Whether whether it's 30 seconds behind or whatever, we'll be talking shop. But this is official. Houston comes away with 2 of the top prospects of the 2023 draft between
CJ Stroud and Will Anderson. Coming out of the hotel. I like that.
That's pretty cool. The
doors right onto the stage like that.
That's pretty cool. That's a pretty good setup. And then you just just looking at downtown Kansas City's 3 buildings. Good.
Getting to what you're saying about the delay, it'll be fun though. You guys watch the pick. You watch a crazy trade like that happen. You're watching our dumb idiots' heads talking about 30 seconds in the past, and then you can watch our crazy reaction to what you already know.
Right.
So culture on the clock. I think it's Billie Jean here. Will Levis.
I would think so. He's the QB. I mean, by all accounts, he's a top 3 ready to go QB prospect in this class. Some were predicting that he would go as high as 2. I don't think it was nothing was ever serious as far as will he actually go first overall. Don't think that was ever in the cards, even though some rumors would have had you believe it. Yeah, well, that's that.
You're number 2, by the way.
There you go. That's not happening. That being said, he's probably more NFL ready right now today than Anthony Richardson is. Whether the Colts want to roll that dice or not, I don't know if they're willing to go that high with a guy like Levis on the board. That's probably where they're going to go, with quarterback being a significant need for them.
That's been the conversation, honestly. It just feels right for whatever reason. I just picture him. I think because he was at Kentucky, the blue and white, it just, I don't know, it just fits in my head. I think too, I mean, I like that at the pro day, he was from his knees throwing the ball to the goalpost, watching Patrick Mahomes get tackled and throw the ball, he's showing he can do that sort of thing. So we may be seeing the next Patrick Mahomes. That was a joke. He's got accuracy issues.
He does.
He's got a great arm as far as, if you're watching at the combine, I mean, Steph Stetson Bennett threw a nice ball, but then he just came up and blew all those
Right, yeah.
quarterbacks out.
Levis can rip it. There's no doubt. Can he read?
Yeah,
Can he make all the reads?
He's teetering on is he falling into what we're now putting in the Zach Wilson bucket where people see it and they're like, how the hell are you taking this guy as a top 5 quarterback? Like, he clearly isn't that. Or is he falling into the Justin Herbert bucket where he had a great year last year and then the next year fell off a little and people are now like, wait a second, what's his deal? Well, Herbert ended up proving that he was the guy the year before. So I don't know. I mean,
the pick is
if
in.
I was a Colts fan, I'm kind of just looking for somebody new and young at this point because they've been running Rivers and Matt Ryan and Carson Wentz out there. Like, they need a young, fresh face to lead that franchise and give it a shot.
Yep.
So let's see. I think Levis is my pick for this though. Pick is in.
Yep. Yeah, no, they need they need something to work with at the quarterback position, just something new, and this is their opportunity. Levis has to be the pick here, I would think. That is my official prediction. While we
Elliot's in the chat room. What's up, Elliot?
What's up, Elliot? While we wait for these picks, Stroud and Young, as of right now, are 2 and 3, or flip-flop them in Dynasty, Rookie, Superflex drafts. Nothing is going to change tonight to keep us from projecting B. John to be the 101 in all formats and all scoring.
That's probably true, but if he goes to a real unattractive spot, we'd have to have that conversation. But yes, most likely
it's not a conversation that's going to happen.
Nick, I've got an update on the trade compensation.
Okay.
Cardinals obviously traded away pick 3, and they gave up pick 105, which, doing my math, that would be a fourth round pick.
That's a fourth-round pick, yep.
The Texans gave up the 12th.
Yep.
The 33rd, which is the second pick in the second round.
Yep.
A 24 first.
Wow.
And a 24 third. So heavy cost.
Big haul for Arizona. Well, when you fall 9 spots.
Not a quarterback, a defensive end.
Right.
Or outside linebacker, an edge rusher.
And you fell 9 spots, or you moved back 9 spots. I mean, if you're Arizona, yeah, you need significant returns there. So
we've really seen that from quarterbacks and like Julio Jones.
Right.
Like, I've been the only players that people are paying up. You pick Will Levis, right?
I think it's Will Levis.
Okay. We're on the same page through 4 then. Anthony Richardson.
Wow, yep. They take Richardson. They go all upside. They go all
conversation. Woo.
Wow. He's gonna start day 1.
Yes, he is.
I mean,
now that we know that, what are we thinking with that Superflex rookie draft conversation?
So here's where I'm at. Bryce Young this year will work with, and I know obviously we're talking dynasty, so obviously just a one year outlook is maybe not the best, but just for the sake of what they have now, Bryce Young is working with Miles Sanders, DJ Chark, Adam Thielen, and Terrace Marshall, right, in Carolina. And then in Houston, Stroud has Nico Collins. In the backfield, they got Dameon Pierce and Devin Singletary. Who else starts at wide receiver for Houston?
Oh, Houston. It's Nico Collins, Amari Rogers,
right.
Noah Brown, Robert Woods.
Oh, that's right. They added Robert Woods. Okay, so point kind of made there. Richardson has, you already talked about the rushing upside that he just brings to the table, but he has Jonathan.
Is really the gist of like most of it.
Sure, that's the X factor. But he's got in the offense already Jonathan Taylor and Michael Pittman, both of which are.
Isaiah McKenzie just went there too. Don't forget.
Lest we
Not
forget.
That he's a top guy, but it's Alex Pierce.
Yeah, he's got Alex Pierce. I was just naming there's a reason I just
Studs.
said Jonathan Taylor and Michael Pittman. Those guys, Taylor's obviously a stud, and Pittman remains a guy that everybody should be high on, despite a somewhat of a down year last year that probably mostly wasn't his fault.
Yeah.
There is a significant case to be made that Anthony Richardson should be the 102 in Superflex Dynasty rookie drafts.
That's going to be a conversation all week.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't have that in any of our leagues. I mean, we only have the one Superflex Dynasty league together, and I know our buddy Anthony has the 102. I'm curious what he'll do with it. I imagine he'll go Anthony Richardson. Just he knows about he's not dumb rushing upside but it's huge for John, by the way. You guys know John. He has the 4th pick in that league, so he's getting one of those 3 quarterbacks. And let me tell you, his team needs it
badly. But he's in position to get one,
and he's getting Bijan.
Right.
Fuck.
But yeah, well, that's fine.
How do you get that, Nick?
We don't need to talk about it. So with this tentatively, and I don't want to have too many. I don't want anybody to feel like I'm the king of knee-jerk reactions here or anything like that. But I mean, take your time. It depends on obviously when you have your rookie drafts, whether it's a week from now, 2 weeks from now, a month from now, however your league has it set up. But I mean, if Anthony Richardson hits his ceiling, or let's even say 70% of his ceiling, I want him at the 102 in a dynasty rookie draft. He's not sitting behind. No disrespect to Gardner Minshew, but they're not gonna sit Anthony Richardson just so that Gardner Minshew can start the season for them.
No.
Like you draft this guy 4th overall to play him right away.
Correct. I don't know. He was falling, I thought, and then looks like are we going to see Levis go to Vegas now?
Seattle could still take a quarterback. I don't think that's out of.
I don't think they're taking Levis. I think if there was going to be a player, it was going to be AR-15 here,
but they're going to take. Do you think they take Jalen Carter?
I think it's Carter at this point. It's a perfect.
Or it could be Wilson.
For that defense. Geno they signed. He did well for them. It's definitely the only argument to be made though is how long are you willing to keep putting Geno out there?
Yeah.
And
what's
are you going to have a top 5 pick again anytime soon to get a prospect like that level? So
yeah, that's what teams have to grapple with when you're this high. You're this. I mean, and now Seattle has this pick as a result of the Russell Wilson trade. I don't think we expect Denver to be top 5 bad next year, and I don't think we can say this. I think we can say the same thing about Seattle. We don't expect. I mean, obviously,
do they have Denver's pick next year too?
I forget the full parameters of the trade, but they got a haul for sure.
Yeah,
they have more first-round picks coming down the chute as a result of that Russell Wilson trade.
Can we rewind for a second? Could we really get into the trade that happened on the Arizona side of things? I love that trade for that team. They need pieces.
Yeah.
And Kyler's going to be out for a while to start the season. They're going to be garbage this year. They are going to they got the Texans first round next year too. I don't see them being outside. Like they could be a top 10 pick.
It could be another top 10 pick, yeah.
Arizona is really, really set up now if they draft correctly, if they can if that front office can make the right picks, they can start building something there. I think Cardinals fans should be pretty happy with what just happened with that haul they got.
I mean I think that the return was excellent. I guess the question is, do you pass up on Will Anderson and feel good about it no matter where you are at as an organization?
I don't think Will Anderson is fixing Arizona, so I get
sure,
what you're saying.
But
he's a blue chip piece you can
blue chip building block for sure. Yeah.
The 12th pick, there's going to be some good players. I think this draft is shaped up to where you got probably 14 to 16 guys that you like as the top talents, and then it kind of opens up from there. So I think they can still get a nice player at 12. I mean, he's not going to be Anderson, but we'll see who falls there. I mean,
maybe they get Smith and Jigba if they're trying to trade DeAndre Hopkins.
Possibly. That would be interesting. I mean, that was a landing spot for him we certainly didn't anticipate.
Sure.
I don't like it for my Rondale Moore share that I'm holding on to.
But it's certainly in play now. That it's certainly in play. Seattle's pick Definitely. Is in. I think it's going to be Jalen Carter, personally.
I'm agreeing with that.
I do. We've been
aligned on our picks so far.
And there is a obviously there are intangibles here with Jalen Carter that we can't quantify from where we're sitting. That's the homework that NFL teams have to do and we're tasked with throughout the course of the offseason as far as what Carter was going through off the field. But if they've done their homework and they feel like it's not going to be an issue moving forward and he can fit into their culture, because we have to, these things matter, right, off the field. These things matter for an NFL team, for an NFL franchise, for an organization, top to bottom. These type of things matter for teams. If they feel like, having done their due diligence, that this is something that he can move forward from and keep in his past, he has to be the pick here. He would have gone number 1 overall if the Bears felt inclined to keep the pick and there were no off-field issues, I would think.
Just want to say welcome in Nick Contino, Nicky C.
What's going on, Nick?
I should draft a microphone. Yeah, I'm aware. You missed that part. I got it right.
That part is.
The problem is, we couldn't get the audio, the drivers to work.
There's
got to put up with my
plugins.
Silly microphone for today.
There's plugins that were not they were failing me earlier, and so that's going to be back to the drawing board for me.
All right, we got this. I think it's Carter for sure.
All right, let's see what happens here.
Devin Witherspoon, Nick. Everything's topsy-turvy now. I did not see that.
Wow. Over Gonzalez. I mean, if you're going to take the defensive backs over Christian Gonzalez.
I had Gonzalez I had plus 100, Gonzalez going as the first corner, so I'm disappointed there. I mean, they have Tariq Woolen, obviously, from last year, Jamal Adams at safety, so they can put Witherspoon in right away at the other side of Woolen. I mean, are they just rebuilding the Legion of Boom here with these guys?
I mean, maybe that's where they're kind of, leaning from that was our bread and butter before. This is what we want to do again.
I don't hate the pick at all. I mean, I just was kind of thought Jalen Carter was going to be the guy.
Sure.
Now the Carter fall begins. This is
right.
Carter.
This is officially a fall.
Here's what's happening. He's going to fall to 8, and I'm either going to be really happy or really upset. I wanted him to go here because I didn't even want it to be in their control. So now if he gets to 8 and they pass,
do you trade up?
Do shots.
Do you trade up?
Hope. I mean, Witherspoon, let's talk about Witherspoon real quick. I mean, he's great, physical talent.
Physical.
I think he's a pretty complete cornerback there. I mean, just look at him just make that tackle in the Michigan game. He's a great player. I had Gonzalez over him, only slightly. I mean, they were a tier by themselves as far as the corners go. And 2 players I would have loved the Falcons to have. So I don't hate the pick at all. I mean, Seattle shores up its secondary real nice. And yeah, I mean, that's the name of the game in this type of league we're in now, right? Just so much passing going on.
It's a passing league. Therefore, you want defensive backs that can hold up against the top offenses, because the top offenses in the NFL can score at will by throwing the ball. And so that's the counter, is to have a secondary that is up to the task. You kind of already covered it with Witherspoon as far as his strengths. I would say a potential drawback here is he's not the biggest guy. You kind of like your corners not that this is the case for every single team, every single starting corner, but you definitely want to have a guy in the 6'1" range, the 6'2" range if possible. Witherspoon's a little smaller than that, 5'11", about 180 pounds, probably soaking wet. But he doesn't play like it. He he plays bigger than he actually is. Will that hold up in the NFL? Of course, that remains to be seen, but the talent is certainly there.
I disagree a little bit with that height analysis though by you. The taller corner thing, Seattle definitely like did and it worked for them, and certainly the guys that you get at that height that can move fluidly like work. But to me, a guy that's 5'11" is almost like perfect height. Like corners are typically on average a little shorter than receivers.
Sure.
So they're just because they have to react to the way a receiver is moving, right? They're not determining the route, so they've got to react to the route and be able to closing speed on the pass. So I think the 5'11", 180 is probably like the ideal like height. Now for physicality wise, yes, like you want that bigger body, but he seems to be a guy that's able to put the boom on ball carriers. So I'm not too worried about that with him. But yeah, no, a taller corner is certainly nice to have, but I don't think it's as necessary as other positions.
And ESPN does have him listed at 6 foot, so I guess maybe there's some.
They round up. I think we're going to get because the ESPN broadcast just said 5'11" and 3/4, so we're probably getting a roundup on the.
Oh, good. They're contradicting themselves. Excellent. The Detroit Lions are on the clock. They can go a variety of ways here. I mean,
Jalen Carter.
I mean, at this point, he's falling, so it's going to be hard for me to say anybody other than him at these picks as they come up, because I don't care whether it's a need or not. You can never have too many linemen, especially guys of his caliber. So for me, it's like I have to put. He's going to be my guess as a pick until he actually gets picked, because from a talent perspective, he makes sense at any point now.
Right.
The question with the Lions is, do you take Will Levis? Because Jared Goff has been okay, but mostly like average at best. He's been like decent enough to keep the ship afloat, but is he really that guy for you? There's a variety of ways that the Lions can go here.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It's the same conversation with Geno, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like
as with Goff, yeah.
Played well. I think Goff played well. I mean, if it's me, like I'm rolling with Goff out there, and excuse me, that's what the beers are going to do. If I'm the GM there, I'm taking Carter because right now you got Levi Azwuzurike at your D tackle. I probably said that wrong. I mean, on the edges you got Hutchinson, Kaminsky. Like you're pretty like set there. Mm-hmm. But pairing him up with Hutchinson and be a real disruptor on that D line. I don't think they go. Corner because they already have. They brought in Sutton. They brought in Emmanuel Mosley at corner during the offseason to replace Okudah. So I think they're probably set. You got C.J. Gardner-Johnson as well in the secondary, new addition for them. Mm-hmm. So I'm going to say they probably – oh, we got a trade.
It's a trade. They traded to Arizona.
This could be for Levis. Oh, Cardinals. Okay, they're back in.
The Cardinals are back in at 6. They traded up and then they traded back. They did a Miami Dolphins from a couple of years ago. They traded back and then traded back up.
Except now they're doing it all in the same draft because I think that one was pre-draft and then draft. This is all in the draft.
The same draft.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Wow, who do the Cardinals want here?
Do they go Carter?
Do they want Carter?
Again, I will say it each time a team comes up now. He makes sense no matter what pick it is from this point forward.
Their D-line stinks.
Well,
it absolutely stinks. And now they got Anderson. Do they put – oh, no. I'm mixing up Houston and Arizona. Sorry. Who do they grab? So they got the 6th, 12th. It only cost them a second to get up there.
That's a good deal. It's a good deal for them. Now, that is a high second-round pick. It's the third second-round pick. Third pick of the second round. So it is a high pick. But to move up 6 spots to potentially get a Jalen Carter here, they just hired Jonathan Gannon, despite some tampering issues, who's a defensive guy. Well,
Nick, I'm going to go ahead and say Christian Gonzalez, I think.
Yeah? I have a hard time coming off a Carter here at this point.
part of me just wants to see him go to the Falcons, so I'm
So
gonna
there's
I'm gonna
some
say for that reason, but I'm gonna say he's gonna keep falling. Gonzalez is. Oh, let's hear him.
see what happens here.
Paris Johnson, offensive tackle, Ohio State.
Wow.
Who I had as the second tackle coming off the board.
Wow.
The fall continues.
The fall continues for Jalen Carter, and I can't imagine the Raiders. There was a report that the Raiders had him off their draft board a few weeks ago, or maybe a month ago or so. At this point, we obviously don't know if that is still the case, but I guess I would say here that this could be where Will Levis goes. But
yeah,
I mean,
that's not a bad call.
This makes sense. For the need is severe. The Cardinals absolutely also needed offensive line help. They struggled in that department. So the need is there. The move makes sense. To trade up for him, I'm okay with trading up if you're getting a tackle. If it's not a quarterback, but you're getting another potential foundational piece at a foundational position like left tackle or tackle in general. Especially on the heels of Kyler Murray's season ending for a second straight year due to injury. I mean, yeah, you want to keep him upright, otherwise you're not doing anything. So,
agreed.
The move makes sense. I was not expecting Paris Johnson to go this high.
No, I wasn't either. I also, like I said, I had Skoronski as the first tackle going or first offensive lineman. I know he's got a little more versatility. He can fit in at guard. So, I guess all the trading's just like throwing the whole thing here for him. But yeah, I don't hate the pick. I mean, they want to protect Kyler. They want to get that offense can move in, and he's definitely a blue chip tackle you can just put in there, and he's gonna perform well. So I have no issues with any of the picks that have been made so far. It's just been all the trades and the Carter fall. It's just been a bit of a. This is what we said, right? This draft was very hard to predict what was going to happen, and it's kind of proven to shake out that way.
Yeah, I mean, there's lots of good players available, but there aren't those slam dunks where it's like, this guy's definitely going in the top 5. This guy's definitely going in the top 3. And so you're going to see something entirely different, most likely, than any mock draft that somebody actually bothered to put out there between the end of the season and now. So it's gonna be a little bit of mayhem, and to that point, we're here to talk shop. So everybody who's in here, again, just want to thank everybody for coming in and hanging out. Appreciate you guys spending your evening with us.
For sure.
Happy to take questions if there are any. We will continue to dissect each pick just naturally, organically, and then also, of course, from a fantasy perspective, that's all going to be baked into anything that we react to here tonight. So, yeah, thanks for spending your evening with us. We will be live as well tomorrow night, rounds 2 and 3. Just want to throw a little quick teaser out there for tomorrow night. It may not be for the full evening, but at least for the start of the second round and into the night, we definitely want to be here. There's going to be fantasy-relevant moves, selections that are made.
A lot of them.
Absolutely.
Arguably more than today.
Arguably more than now. Arguably more than the rest of this evening. So, if you got anything going on or don't have anything going on Friday night, we will be here breaking down those moves and transactions and picks as they happen, as they occur. So come hang out.
Yeah, I'm excited. I mean, this is why I love today. It's already been.
The reason the draft is so great is because every team matters right now. All 32 teams play a role. And obviously you can be like, well, they all play the games too, but not everybody's good. We find out eventually. It's like, okay, this team stinks, this team stinks, this team stinks, and it's just like naturally by week 4 or 5, you're going to think to yourself, well, I don't care about that game as much because of the matchups. This you care about every team equally because every team has the chance to do something nuts like what Houston and Arizona are doing tonight. That's what and therefore there's hope baked in for every single fan base, and that's why it's awesome.
they're just dancing around.
Yep, we're playing musical chairs.
Picks, trades here and there. I love it. I'm here for it. I'm on to beer 3, Nick. I'm on to beer 3. That's the best way I can put it.
We are way ahead of that four picks per beer pace.
I don't want to slow down later. I mean, Tequila could enter the mix. You never know on draft night.
Mm-hmm.
Question for
That's why I grab my wings now.
There you go. We got Vegas on the clock. Let's talk about what they want to do here a little bit. So I know we mentioned Will Levis earlier.
Mm.
I don't hate it.
Feels like
they
that's what's going to happen.
They want to get a guy, and Jimmy G's just never been one to hold down a job. Pick is in. I don't hate Christian Gonzalez either. I mean, they're a team that can go a lot of directions. We know they're not going Bijan. Josh Jacobs cemented his role on that team.
Let's not rule anything out with the Raiders, but I mean, yes,
the Raiders, they notoriously fumble this first pick every time. So
yeah, and they're notoriously that year in year out they struggle on defense. So shoring up the defense certainly makes sense. That being said, I have Will Levis feels like a Josh McDaniels pick.
Is that who you're going with?
I think it's going to be Levis here to the Raiders.
I'm going to go with Gonzalez again, I think.
All right.
So, yeah, we'll see. I mean, both make sense, but the most likely scenario is that it's nobody projected to be even a top 20 pick, and the Raiders just, do Raider things.
They still have their pick according to ESPN. There hasn't been any more recent trades as of yet. Obviously, the most recent one being the Cardinals moving up to just get Paris Johnson, just one pick previously. Now we get to see what the Raiders are going to do. Let me scroll up so that there are no spoilers here on my end for y'all. Although some of you may already know what the pick is. I do appreciate that Sleeper is sending spoiler, and if you expand it, you can't see who they picked. You have to actually click. You have to click on the notification itself to go see what they picked. But the pick is in. The Raiders are making this pick. This is not a trade by all accounts. I got Will Levis here. You just mentioned Garoppolo is, he's an above average bridge quarterback. This is where I think I'll break from it. I think they take Will Levis because it was reported a month ago or so that Carter was off the Raiders board. We'll see if that holds true still tonight. And to your point, Garoppolo is, I would say, a solid bridge quarterback, not any one team's future.
Yeah, it's just been his career.
Right.
So
he's solid. He's good enough to hold down an NFL job and be a starter for an extended stretch, but he's not your franchise.
All right, what's Roger going to tell us right now? I think it's Gonzalez, but with Levis, you take the lead. Tyree Wilson.
We're both wrong. So, obviously, this is the other big-time defensive prospect in the draft who has kind of skyrocketed recently up boards.
Yes.
He wasn't originally being picked to go this high. I mean, in the first round, yes, but top 10, I feel like it's been a little bit more of a recent development for him, and now it comes to fruition. Raiders foregoing Will Levis to take one of the big-time edge rush prospects in this year's class. 6'5", nearly 6'6", 270 pounds.
And now this is my nightmare.
That can't be taught. That can't be taught. We'll talk about him really quickly, but obviously Will is a Falcons fan, and his team is on the clock. And I'm not sure why this is, I guess this is a conundrum for you because both Levis and Carter are on the board.
Well, I don't want Levis.
Okay.
I'll just put that out there.
Okay.
I'd rather give Ritter a shot at seeing what he can do. I mean, I'm not saying he's going to be our guy, but I'd rather, if we're going to give a guy a shot, let's give the guy a shot. Unless they really liked Levis when they saw what he could do. But I can't see. The reason I'm talking myself out of them taking Carter now is because him leaving Georgia. I know Athens I think he's got like that influence possibly there. The people that he was, hanging out with, and maybe being proximity wise close to that in Atlanta. Atlanta's a little worried about it. I mean, they did meet with him at the top 30 visit, so I don't think he's off their board as of now. But we'll see. I mean, Atlanta could trade the pick. Carter, Gonzalez is still on the board. I mean, these are players that I was, if Gonzalez, Carter, any of those were taken, Skoronski would shore up. We'd have an elite offensive line across the board, kick Matt Hennessy in the center, and then you got, Jake Matthews, you got Skoronski, Hennessy, Lindstrom, and Caleb McGarry. Like, that offensive line would just be incredible. So I don't hate that either. I got three guys right now that if they hold this pick, I'm happy with any of those three. But Carter is certainly analyzing. And then Bijan Watch has officially entered the chat.
We're on that clock as well.
On Bijan Watch as of now.
By the way, my dad mentioned it to me, and I like Tyree Wilson's that flower suit was pretty something.
Yes, it was.
I don't know. I liked it. It was certainly one of the developments of the NFL draft. Thanks for the hard hitting analysis. You got it. The Falcons pick is in. Falcons pick is in. I personally, with Skoronski, if you're kicking him inside to guard,
it's high pick for a guard.
That's a lot. Like, we talked about how the detriment to picking a running back this high. Yep. It's not so different for a guard. For a guy you have to kick inside and play and play at guard.
Difference being, guards don't have a short career like running backs necessarily. Sure. But yes, as far as the price of the contract benefit, I agree 100%.
Compared to the potential impact.
Guards, center, interior linemen on the offense, running backs,
and safeties.
Interior linebackers. It's
right.
It's rare that they go this high.
Yeah, like tackle machine linebackers, but maybe they don't necessarily rush the passer. They're not gonna go high.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Now he's a talent where it's like I'll deal with it. Like it's just
Skoronski.
Yeah.
Okay.
I agree with the premise, and honestly, Bijan too. Like, let's just pour the shot now.
All right, the Falcons are making this pick according to Sleeper, but I don't know what it is.
It is in.
It is in.
Don't tell me, chat. Don't you tell me yet.
You go ahead and shield your eyes, and we're gonna see what happens here. My pick, my.
Are you looking?
I'm not looking. My guess is Carter.
You're guessing Carter.
I'm guessing Carter because at this point I said he was falling at the 6th pick. We're now at pick 8. I'm gonna keep picking him.
You're right. I guess Gonzalez here, but we got a Kuda from the Lions, so I'm gonna not say him. I hope I'm wrong, but I'm gonna go Bijan.
Oh man, that you don't want that.
It's an emotional hedge.
Yeah, there you go.
Right now, just scorekeeping here, Nick. We're both at 3 points on the day. 3 for 3 to start, and we've just been whiffing in the last 4 picks. All the trades got us all jumbled up.
Yeah, I blame Arizona.
Let's get back on track here. I mean, but this is what's awesome about the draft.
No, this is what's fun about it. There's I mean, it's why I'll never put a mock draft together personally. I understand that it can be a fun exercise, but the chances of you getting, half of your picks correct in a mock draft is damn near 0%.
It's like trying to get your your March Madness.
Right. It's like, it's never going to happen. Right. Yeah. The odds are so long.
Oh my gosh.
Are you sweating this one out?
I just worried I'm right. And if I'm right, he's like a difference maker, then I'm happy I'm right. But like I said, I'll be a hypocrite in 5 months, no matter what. Just don't do something dumb.
The second he rips off a 15-yard run, it's gonna be like, we're back.
If we draft like Lucas Van Ness right now, I'm gonna.
You don't want him. There's too many holes in his game. There's too many holes in his. I think he falls. There's too many holes in his game.
Oh my gosh, Miles Murphy would be like, like Nolan Smith wouldn't be terrible.
No.
There's three guys that I'm like fist pumping. Let's go. Carter, I'm doing double shots. I think. I mean, he just needs to get his shit together. But like him on the inside of Grady Jarrett, like I'm all for that. Who do we got out
We're
there?
gonna see what happens.
This is the first guest appearance, right?
This does appear to be, yeah, this is a guest appearance. I'm not sure what the situation is. I have my audio on my TV down, so if anybody cares to enlighten us on what this is, you can let us know. Chevy, thanks for joining us. Good to see you. Thinks Levis would be a good pick here.
Big brother, big sister, Atlanta.
Ah, okay. But we're in Kansas City. I mean,
well, Atlanta's making the pick. Or no, maybe it's Kansas City. I didn't hear this. I just assumed it was Atlanta.
Oh, it's Big Brother, but they're associated with Kansas City. Yeah, I'm not sure.
Is it Kansas City?
I don't know. I don't know what this is. Big Brothers, Big Sisters, Kansas City. Okay.
Oh no, the Falcons just support the organization, so they just like us the best. That's what it is. They got the Falcons on the sleeve, though. I bet it is Atlanta.
Not sure what the association here is or what the team.
Come on, baby!
Not sure what the teamwork is here. Look at all those paid actors wearing Falcons jerseys. All right, here we go. Suspense is killing me. They did. They took him. Wow. The Falcons take Bijan Robinson. You were right. Holy crap. Holy crap.
Let's go.
Well, you got a new jersey you got to order. Wow.
Whew.
So.
Well, Nick, I took the lead on you.
You did. How do you feel about that? There's also been a trade. The Bears have the 10th pick in the draft now. The Eagles don't.
Oh, shit, you're right.
The Bears have the 9th and the 10th pick. The Eagles traded out. No, they flip-flopped.
They went to 31, right?
The Bears have traded the 9th pick to the Eagles.
Oh, Eagles have 9.
The Eagles have the 9th pick now. They moved up one spot. This is Carter. It's got to be.
Carter?
I think it's got to be Jalen Carter here.
Could it be Skoronski? You guys, I know the offensive. What's the guard situation? You guys.
They have Cam Jurgens and oh my gosh. Landon Dickerson. Landon Dickerson and Cam Jurgens.
Never mind. Okay.
I'm curious to see what they traded.
I'm kind of processing what just happened.
We're gonna get to Bijan in a second here, but the Eagles did just make the pick, and the pick is already in. So I don't think we're gonna have to wait too long to see what happens here.
No, I don't think so.
As far as Bijan to the Falcons, I mean, this is the first direct. I mean, other than the quarterbacks, direct fantasy impact, relevant draft pick made tonight.
Well, other than the quarterbacks, but for
other than the quarterbacks.
Listen, if you're a holder of the 101 in your dynasty rookie drafts, you are ecstatic with that landing spot. Like they're gonna run the ball so freaking much.
They're gonna run the ball a lot.
Like I said earlier, their run blocking on their offensive line is great.
It's already solid. It's already good. They proved that last year, and that was with an anemic quarterback situation with Mariota for most of the season. Like when you knew they were gonna run, they ran, and they ran pretty well. So it's a great spot for Bijan in that regard. They're showing Jalen Carter on the screen on the TV.
Listen, I can't be too mad about it. I mean, he's a top, like we said, top talent in this draft. I know we talked about the draft capital. I'm sounding like a hypocrite already. Yeah, I wish it was Carter, or I wish it was one of the 3 players I named, but I'm not mad about it. It's just it's like a we'll see what happens situation.
I'm not mad as I exhale.
Yes. Unbelievable.
Now, you add him, you add Bijan to an offense that we'll see what Ritter can do. But it already has Drake London.
Yeah.
It already has Kyle Pitts. Rest in peace to Tyler Algier, dynasty shares, but he's going to be the backup, and is probably going to be a really good change of pace backup for them. This has
so I'll join you on Carter on this one.
I think it's going to be Carter.
Eagles seem to just you guys just seem to get. I don't know what else you're trading up to Chicago with. Chicago is rumored to want Carter too, so I don't know why else they're flipping that. What player are they jumping Chicago for? It's the only thing that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Congratulations on Carter, by the way. What other player are they jumping Chicago for?
I think it's the Carter's the only name.
Yeah,
he's the only name I can think of as far as what you're trading up for. Man, it's going to be a pretty good defensive line in Philly.
You're not wrong. Gonzalez is falling a little farther than I thought he would.
This could be he goes to the Bears, I think maybe, and then Tennessee, and then Will Levis falls in Tennessee's lap.
Wow, didn't even need to trade for him.
That would be my guess.
Where are we looking at JSN then right now?
Arizona at 12. I mean, actually, the Bears could take him too, but I would guess.
Nick, Lions are at 12 now. They flipped.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Arizona jumped back into 6. Well, is it crazy if the Lions took a wide receiver, given what's going on with Jamison Williams?
Yeah, he's going to be back. What do you mean going on with Jamison Williams? Do you know what? That was a silly technicality. He's not a concern.
Yeah. He's a bonehead.
It's not like a Ridley situation. He bet on college football, which is illegal. Well, see, so they flip picks, and then it was a 4th rounder.
They give up a 4th rounder. They'll pay that price.
Howie just stays being Howie.
Yeah.
You guys, unreal.
Howie's
if this isn't Carter, I don't know what they needed to do this for. If it wasn't Carter,
nah, it was for Carter. I'm pretty confident. I'm pretty confident in that. Pretty confident that it had to be Carter.
The Bears ever even wanted Carter, and it was just let's present like we do, so we can get a
And we wait. I wonder if Kansas City's booing right now, but
no, I'm sure. Rodgers on the stage.
Rodgers on the stage, and they beat the Eagles in the Super Bowl. It's a double whammy.
They're just booing the
They're
Eagles
just booing incessantly. Yep. Just the fact that it's the Eagles.
No, I think only Philadelphia would do something like that.
Well, we're a nice bunch.
Jalen Carter, Nick.
It is Jalen Carter. Hey, I mean, this dude was originally projected to go number 1 overall before anything happened.
Before the Bears traded the pick.
Yeah. Right, before the Bears traded the pick. I think this is an outstanding roll of the dice. I mean, you can't say what you want about the Eagles. The team itself, from the outsider looking in, they have a winning culture, a good culture, a good locker room.
Be able to go in there and fuck around and not put the effort in.
Right.
If you got Eagles have set something up, which every team's dream is to do, where you get the talent in there, the team and the leadership is going to sculpt.
They take him in. Yeah.
Potential.
He's got multiple.
You just can't draft guys like Jalen Reagor. That's all.
Well, I think they learned from that mistake. And on top of that, former Georgia guys, Jordan Davis, pretty much plays. They're gonna be starting together. Nakobe Dean is on this team still from last year. There's a couple Georgia guys on this team. Friends that I'm sure he played with, won a lot of games with while they were together. Forget about just Jalen Hurts and what he brings to the table from a leadership perspective. I know it's different, it's offense versus defense, but as a team, I mean, the Eagles have the structure, they've got leadership, they've got everything in place. I think as far as taking this risk, it's a great pick for me. I'm pretty happy about it.
It's the organization, that's why I'm like I said, I'm worried about Atlanta if they took them for the reason I mentioned about like the proximity more so, and I don't know if they have that level of culture to do that. As far as Arthur Smith and that team go, but the Eagles, no question, do. I mean, and you've got just leadership in that locker room now. It I mean, you just get the talent in there; it's going to work out. So you guys are, and he's with his teammate from last year.
Jordan Davis and Nakobe Dean.
Yeah,
Jordan Davis, Nakobe Dean. That's a crazy, awesome watch that he's wearing. He's got some
your D line is just stupid now.
Stout, very, very, very strong.
So what do we think for the Bears here? I'm looking at possibly Gonzalez. I'm looking at, do they get Skoronski for the offensive line?
They need offensive line help. Do they replace Roquan Smith with Nolan Smith?
Nolan Smith's more of a rusher, though, right?
Well, yeah, they were linebacker-esque.
Yeah. They're not going JSN.
I'll go out on a limb here and say they take Nolan Smith.
Interesting.
I'm going to go out on a limb.
I'm going to go Skoronski.
Okay.
Well, I'm up on you. Oh, no, we both get yeah. I passed with Bijan, so I'm going out on a limb here. I'm going to, so you're saying Nolan Smith?
I'll say Nolan Smith because they traded Roquan. They traded Roquan earlier or during the season this past year.
Fair. I think the Bears need some offensive line work.
Sure.
It's not awful. Maybe not him then. Now I'm puzzled. You know what? I'm going back to Christian Gonzalez on
yeah, I mean, he's falling at this point as well. You want to? I mean, he's not going to last too much longer on this board.
I don't know if they really need as much help on the line as people are saying. I mean, Jenkins is solid. Braxton Jones is fine. Like they brought. I didn't realize Alex Leatherwood was on the team. He was a notorious Vegas early.
Oh yeah, he didn't. He was
didn't.
Wasn't he the guy? He's always like leading the league in holding penalties or something.
Unbelievable. Yeah, it's just. Whew.
He's a reclamation project in Chicago.
Chevy 4x4, good pick for Atlanta. I know Chevy. I mean, let's rally behind it. Everyone's going to be talking about Bijan, and that means they're talking about the Falcons.
You happy to be in the news?
I'm getting excited.
Happy to be in the news.
If it was happy to be in the news, the fact, like I said earlier, our rushing game last year with what we had with Mariota, like it was incredibly way better than anyone would have thought it would. Like Algier should not have been getting 1,000 yards,
right?
And he does. So. Just take this okay player who performs fairly well, and now you take an exceptionally elite talent. What's he going to do? So, look out. We're winning the division, no question.
That was the fastest 180 I've seen in a while.
The hypocrisy comes quick.
It's through the roof. I mean,
it's draft night, baby. What are you going to do?
You have nothing but hope to go off of. Yeah, so I want to go back to, I was kind of talking about it shortly before a couple of moves happened and the Eagles pick was in, but you now add Bijan to an offense that has Drake London, it's going to get a healthy Kyle Pitts back. Tyler Algier is going to be a good change of pace guy behind Bijan. Who's their other starting wide receiver right now?
Other than London?
It's not Zacchaeus.
No, we got Matt Collins.
Okay, Matt Collins had a decent year with the Raiders.
Scotty Miller actually out of Tampa.
Oh, they signed him? Okay.
Yeah, and then we already had Darby from before. Kadarius Hodge, we got
the ancillary guys. Yeah, the ancillary dudes. Bears are about to take the
Darnell Wright. Skoronski fall is in effect.
Wow.
Wow.
I mean, again,
I was originally right about the position. I switched. And then they went with the position, but a different player. And Darnell Wright, I had him behind Broderick Jones. I had him behind Nah, I probably had him at fourth behind Broderick Jones. I don't have like an official list. I'm not, that deep into it, but unexpected pick.
Yeah,
What do you think?
didn't think he would go before those other guys, at least at the position. Um, I mean, the knock on him is it's another guy that he should be able to play tackle at the NFL level, but he could have to be kicked inside to guard, and then it's just, was it worth it to take this guy 10th overall?
Was it worth it to trade away Jalen Carter for Darnell
For
Wright?
Darnell, yeah, and a 4th round pick. I mean,
it doesn't sound like it when you say it out loud.
Not when you say it like that, no.
So, Nick, wait. I want to revisit a conversation real quick, and I'll admit something right now. Rewinding back to the Saints trade,
yeah,
you guys getting Jalen Carter, I think you won the Saints trade officially.
I think I feel good about that. Now, obviously, we got to see how things play out. If anything happens with Jalen Carter, and I don't want to.
Are you talking about in the Henry Ruggs era?
Well, God,
car-related incident.
I mean, anything off the field is obviously bad. You hope that that's the last time you ever get a headline of that caliber.
I think Philly's going to do it right, but I don't think you have to worry about it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that this is a pick that they would have made if they didn't feel great about it, having done their due diligence. As long as something completely unforeseen doesn't happen, the Eagles, Chris Olave is a spectacular player for the Saints, but I'll go ahead and say the Eagles won that trade.
Yeah, I'm officially throwing in the towel, wave the white flag. That argument's over. You guys won. I mean, look, we got to see what what's his name, the tackle they drafted last year. I'll think of it.
I know Penning.
Penning, yeah. Trevor Penning, right?
Trevor Penning, right?
Yeah. I mean, we'll see what he does. Like, he could be a stud. He was hurt to start the year. But
yeah, he missed some time.
Talent. It's like, you're not mad about it.
No, not at all. Not at all. No, it's a really good
Titans
pick.
are in. Let's talk about this real quick. Are we saying I'm saying
this
Will
has
Levis.
to be Levis. I'm not going to go out on any limbs here. This has to be Levis. The Titans had previously been rumored to be potential trade-up partners to get one of the quarterbacks. Will Levis is now sitting here, and they didn't have to move a muscle for that to potentially be an option for them. I got to imagine it's Will Levis. Now, to that point,
I don't see unless it's JSN, but I mean that's another option.
They definitely need a wide receiver, so.
Yeah, I mean, you got Burks right now. It depends on what they think. How old's Tannehill? 34?
33.
35?
Yeah, he's, 33, 34.
Oh, that's real cool. 34.
Okay.
So, I mean, yeah, like, I'm going left. It all depends on what these guys think of the guy, right? Like, we're clearly on Skoronski and Levis watch right now. But...
And Smith and Jigba.
I don't know. I mean, I'm speechless. This is what you're getting in this chat, right?
A little bit.
This is the draft party. I mean,
a little bit.
I love it. I love it. This is one of the best drafts we've had in a while.
It's a party.
Hey, how can I be mad? I got the best player in the draft, Bijan.
Yeah.
Listen, if you don't think so, take Jalen Carter over him in your rookie draft.
Yeah, well, we don't play IDP over here. Shout out! I mean, kudos to the folks who do. That's above my pay grade is IDP. But I absolutely know that's a thing.
I don't participate in that, but go for it.
Yeah,
we talked about it. Mm-hmm. We talked about it, but we thought the offense was plenty.
Sure, enough to focus on and. With some of the, with some folks who play Dynasty, some people are barely able to stay up to speed on offense anyway. So IDP has to be, you got to make sure you got a league that's all in and actually committed, like 12, 14, 10, whatever your league size is. They need to be all in to have that level of detail.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I think Levis goes here. Now, as far as Bijan, because Bijan's going to be the talk from a fantasy perspective. Bijan's going to be the talk of the town for the rest of the night, having been a top 10 pick to Atlanta. Um, this cements, without a shadow of a doubt, that he is the 101 in all formats. Um, I wouldn't be trading that pick unless you're staring down some outrageously bad, like you inherited the worst dynasty roster assembled and you are looking at a severe rebuild. And by the time you're ready to compete, Bijan's going to be 25, 26 years old. Other than that, just take him. Just take him first overall. Reap the benefits that we expect at this point for the next, at least, I would say, 4 years, 5 years of potential top 5 seasons where he potentially sprinkles in at least one RB1 overall season. I mean, he is the dynasty RB1 as of right now, if you were somebody who didn't already have him there because you were just holding out for the draft.
I'm fine with it. I struggle sometimes with like putting that guy who hasn't played yet at the
Hasn't
at the
played it down.
dynasty
Yeah.
one. Like you still, I mean, yeah, age is always like a factor, right? But are you really worried about 7, 8 years down the road with your dynasty team? Like we've seen Taylor do it, we've seen Brees Hall show a flash. I think Bijan will be like there, but I'd almost rather not have the position to like let someone else take him and see, because you know Leonard Fournette at one point was at that level, and then he just didn't pan out to whatever expectation was. We got Titans in though.
Yep.
Let's see if it's Will Levis. Skoronski.
Oh, there you go. The fall is over. Yeah, see, now here's the problem for me with Skoronski is he's already being listed as a guard.
That's only on the. I saw it as offensive tackle as well. And let me just pull up my notes here on Tennessee on the roster, because I know they lost Luan, or they got away from him. I mean, they're going to play him at tackle probably. You got Dillard at left tackle, but the right tackle, the Nicholas Petit-Freer, Dylan Radunz at guard. Like you got replaceable offensive linemen that you can slot him right in, and he's definitely going to compete for Pro Bowl level play pretty quickly, I think. So we'll see. I mean, we said he was falling. I think he's a great talent. He's one of those blue chip players. He'll be part of that offense for a long time. And Tennessee's really trying to, get back to the trenches. You still got Derrick Henry. I know he's not long for this league, probably, but
29 years old. Yeah,
for a while now. So yeah, Tennessee. I mean, I think best player available. Arguably, they got him. Like, I don't have a problem with the pick at all. And they're not. You got Trevor Lawrence in that. You got C.J. Stroud now in that conference. Like, I think they're smart enough to realize they're probably not competing anytime soon. So, like, if they didn't love Levis, like, why rush it?
sure. Don't try to put a square block in a round hole. It's possible.
Hey, Nick, I'm gonna step away 1 sec.
Sure. We got the Lions pick in though, so don't go too far. It's in. We'll see what happens with Detroit here. Yeah, I mean
Detroit. I'll be real quick.
Okay. As far as Skoronski for the Titans, if they do keep Derrick Henry, I don't imagine they're going to trade Derrick Henry. Whether you think they should or not is a different conversation, but it makes sense as far as how the team is built, the team makeup to continue to bolster the offensive line. It's one of those positions where you can never have too many guys there. If you have a situation where your depth is good enough to start on other teams, that's like the best problem to have. So, getting an offensive lineman this high, a guy who is projected to play very well and play at a high level as Skoronski makes a lot of sense. I know it's been noted coming into the draft that, his measurables don't necessarily match the, other tackles, and therefore, like, does he kick into guard? And was it worth it? Wow! Holy smokes, we got a huge update here. The
I
Lions.
can't believe I stepped away from
Wow,
that.
this is why you don't step away. If you have to pee, just do it in your pants. Jahmyr Gibbs, 12th overall to the Lions. Wow.
Who just brought in
They
Montgomery.
just brought in David Montgomery.
If you had any shares
here goes
DeAndre Swift
I'll let you
continuing to
rest in
illuminate
peace.
your head
Rest
where
in
you thought
peace.
he was going to be a thing,
Rest in peace.
fucking ship him. He's done.
There's
I'm
nothing
sick
to
of the DeAndre Swift talk. Out of here.
What can you ship him for at this point, though? This is
ship the thought. You lost. You held on too long. Loser. He's out.
I meant what can you get for him now?
No, nothing.
That's the thing. You
I mean Detroit maybe.
Oh, you mean ship him if you're the Lions?
No, I was saying ship the thought.
Oh, that he'll be something. Okay.
If you were holding on, being like he's gonna do something, fuck out of here with that. Oh my god. This is the craziest pick of the draft, no question.
This is nuts, and something that I'm very excited for Gibbs. I think he's going to be excellent for fantasy. This is from an NFL perspective, this is a bad pick.
No question.
This is a bad pick by the Lions, and I don't know what type of hype they bought into, or if they just got excited with the visit that they had with him, and you fall in love with a player on tape. All right, I can't fault you for if your eyes just tell you something and you can't look away. Again, I can't fault you for that, but I mean, they're celebrating as if it was a question that he was going to be available here or not. I mean, this is not a good pick. It's hardly you could hardly justify the Bijan selection at 8 overall, again, from just a team-building perspective, for Gibbs to go 4 picks later when you already have David Montgomery, and whether you like DeAndre Swift or not, I think he's capable of being a backup, but they clearly felt like they needed to add more to that backfield. They do that with Gibbs. He's probably they're gonna line him up as a receiver. Plenty, I would imagine, especially these first 6 games without Jamison Williams. But I mean, he's a running back by trade. This is a puzzling pick. This is a puzzling pick by the Lions, and I feel like this makes Jahmyr Gibbs kind of icky, at least in redraft.
But like you wouldn't think it with that draft capital. But
no.
Team, it doesn't make sense.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't feel like. Yeah, obviously with the capital, it's like, all right, well, this is a huge win for Jahmyr Gibbs. But I mean,
Chevy had a good point here. He said they must have had Gibbs ahead of Bijan on their draft board. I did hear that some teams did, but you have to be only assuming that teams like.
I'll drink.
I don't even know what to say. Like that's. I'm gonna read you some texts I have from a Lions fan.
Okay.
Lions are ass. What a stupid fucking pick. I hate this place. Good player, stupid pick. Just take Bijan at 6, you idiots. If you're going to do that, just take the stud. So dumb. Lions fans are pissed at this pick.
I mean, they should be. They really should be.
100%.
They should be. I mean, it comes down to the use of resources, right? And how you utilize them to build your team. That's what it comes down to. Gibbs is going to be fun. He's going to be exciting. He's going to make big plays. That was going to be the case no matter where he went. 12th overall is wild. Is wild.
I don't know if it is, Nick. Unless they get rid of Swift.
Yeah, which I guess they could. He still probably has trade value.
The Eagles.
Could.
Because Gibbs is off the board, so you're not getting him.
Right. The next best is Charbonnet, who is going to be a day.
Love Charbonnet.
I'm very excited about Zach Charbonnet, but we're not hearing his name tonight. I would be stunned.
I would have thought not, but maybe
now.
Running back needing teams. I mean, you guys, Cincinnati, like there's some teams I had Gibbs pegged for at the end of this draft, and now did the Lions just
did the Lions just bork the running back draft prospects?
This is crazy. I mean, this is such a cluster swirl mess for for Gibbs as far as what you were hoping to get. If you were eyeing up Gibbs in your rookie drafts, because you had the early-ish.
This feels gross.
Early mid, like
you don't want to take him at the 103. You don't want to take him.
If I were to tell you he was the 12th pick and you didn't you'd be like, oh my god, yeah. Not when they just got Montgomery and they already had Swift. I mean,
right.
If you still have DeAndre Swift on your team, you better hope they trade him.
Yeah. Real quick before we miss it, we want to make sure we get a prediction in for each pick. The Packers pick is in. I do believe this is going to be Jackson Smith-Njigba here.
Same. I was just about to say the same thing.
The Packers, I think, are going to get Smith-Njigba, pair him with Christian Watson, give Jordan Love something to work with in year one, which will be very ironic given that they never drafted a wide receiver in the first round while Aaron Rodgers was their quarterback for 18 years. Is never accurate. I don't know if never is accurate, but it certainly feels like it.
No, I think it is.
Yeah.
And a tight end or receiver not once during his career was a first-round pick.
Absolutely wild. I think they're going to buck that trend right here and take the best receiving prospect off the board. It's a passing league. The top receiver prospect is on the board at pick 13. You have a need at wide receiver if you're Green Bay. You have a young quarterback that you certainly want to help. Smith-Njigba here.
And I have a bet on Njigba. Ooh, I lost that bet. Needed to be here.
You did lose that bet. Wow. So they traded up for Lucas Van Ness, essentially, or I mean, the pick swap.
It's hard to. It was pre-draft though. It's hard to really justify that was the. I mean, it's who they got, but
sure, but I mean, Smith-Njigba's right there, dude.
Listen, the Packers do Packer things.
They do Packer things. True. Well, so the Patriots are getting Smith-Njigba.
We're just gonna keep
we're at that point. We're now at that point. Because do you know who else could use him? Well, I guess the Jets don't need him, and Washington probably doesn't either.
Can we talk about how Christian Gonzalez is still
Christian
on the
Gonzalez is falling. And guess what? Belichick's a defensive guy.
Let me pull up their roster real quick.
I mean, they have...
They got Jack Jones and Jonathan Jones.
They worked out last year. They weren't they weren't all pros.
They're not good. They're not good enough to justify not taking a corner. So
sure, but I mean, it's Juju Smith-Schuster and who else at the wide receiver position for the Patriots? I mean,
Nick Contino's in here. He's a Packers fan. Garbage pick. Who's going to catch the football? Well, Nick, it looks like Christian Watson.
Aaron Jones. Aaron Jones is catching 80 balls out of the backfield, baby.
Nick loves him some Aaron Jones.
I'll go back. I'll tell you right now, especially with this development, I'm going right back to the well with Aaron Jones once again this year because his value has plummeted. And
yeah, you're not wrong. I mean, his
ADP, excuse me. His ADP has plummeted, and I will be attacking the hell out of that in drafts this summer.
Whoa, New England's traded down.
They're trading the pick.
Surprise. To the Steelers. Okay.
Are the Steelers? They're taking Gonzalez.
They could.
They're taking Gonzalez. They already have Deontay Johnson. They already have George Pickens. I don't think they're going to go Smith-Njigba here. I mean, you could.
Nah, they already got Deontay. They got Deontay. They got Pickens.
They just drafted Pickens.
I think Deontay has that role.
Or do they go offensive line here? Well, there's one guy left, right? Who am I?
Broderick Jones.
They
possibly.
could. I mean, their offensive line has not been good for the past couple of years. They could absolutely go there.
I don't think it's Gonzalez because he's. I mean, they're.
I'll go Jones.
Unless they put.
I'll say it's Broderick here.
You're saying Broderick?
I'm going to say Broderick here. This is what they traded up for. I think. It's going to be Smith-Njigba, but I'm going to be kicking myself. But the Steelers have needed offensive line help for, I feel like what's been like 2 years before Ben Roethlisberger retired. It's been a while since they've needed.
I don't hate that because the Jets also could use offensive line help.
Right.
So if they were targeting to like jump them,
and Washington could use some too. Man.
Nick, I hate to copy your pick, but I love that Broderick.
I think it's going to be I think it's Broderick here. He's the last, of the top guys.
I'm gonna tell you on that.
There you go.
And if you want, I'll offer to pick first since I have the lead, but I'll leave that up to you.
Oh, we didn't put anything on this as far as like who's gonna.
$1,000.
I was just gonna drink some beers, but okay. All right.
I
Oh, and they're
like-
showing him. They're showing him. Just give me double points for this call, and we'll call it even.
You get double points.
I get, just give me double points for this call, and we'll call it even. I'm just kidding. Yeah, I mean the Steelers have needed.
That's a good call. I'll give you credit for it. I mean, certainly.
The Steelers need offensive line help. They've needed it for like 4 years now. I don't think that's an exaggeration.
I love it for. I have Najee in our super.
Oh, I
love that.
I mean, Najee has been a 4th round pick in early underdog best ball, and I can tell you right now, I have him in at least. I have 40% worth of shares. So I feel great as well. Just from a best ball perspective. But if you have him in Dynasty, this is trending in a good direction for you.
Yeah, I'm gonna say Chevy's commenting here. Got to be. He thinks Gonzalez.
I thought it might be for a second Chevy, but I think they're trading up to get the last stud prospect on the offensive line in this draft because they sorely need it, and they probably want to run the ball more effectively than they have with Najee Harris.
More effective, more protection for the young quarterback.
Yep, for the young quarterback. Yeah.
The offense needs to get going. They were struggling last year. I mean,
They struggled to move the ball. They struggled to make big plays. I mean, just that extra half second of protection makes all the difference in those scenarios. Now, Christian Gonzalez to the Jets at 15. That feels like a steal for them.
They don't need corners at all.
Oh, that's right. They have Sauce and who's the other guy?
They have Sauce and DJ Reed.
That's right. I guess is he gonna fall to Washington?
He could. Whoever gets him is getting a steal. I can't believe he's fallen.
He has fallen way too far at this point. I am still.
Way to go, Nick. Good call.
There we go. All right. Look at me looking like I have half an idea of what I know what's coming out of my mouth.
Sorry, Chevy. I like the talent of Gonzo.
But it
made too much sense to jump the Jets and get that offensive lineman.
Yep.
I mean, he was on that Georgia offense. Like what do you not like about that guy? He's huge.
Yeah, I mean, he paved the way for a 2-time national champion. New England's going to get Smith and Jigba.
Bennett win a title.
Right. Yeah. I mean, and look at the versatility, on these bubble screens. I mean, this is exactly what you want in today's NFL. You see these types of plays in the NFL all the time. It's not a college gadget play anymore. It's not a gimmick play anymore. I mean, you need these guys who can move sideline to sideline with some agility to their game. I mean, yeah, I think this is a great pick for Pittsburgh. I think this is a nice development for Najee. Obviously, it's a nice development for Kenny Pickett and the passing game. I mean, this is where it starts, right? Nothing matters if your offensive line sucks.
Well, how does this affect your Najee ranking for redraft leagues? Are you eyeing him in the? I feel like he's going in the 3rd round right now. And
right,
I feel
which
that's real nice value.
I was eyeing him whether they made this pick or not. This just solidifies it.
Pickett's still not getting drafted, but I think Najee's getting the biggest
not in
bump
shallow
from that
redraft leagues. Pickett's not going to be on the radar in shallow redraft leagues, but I mean, best ball tournaments. Pickett's an excellent pick because he's free,
especially in those super flex ones.
Oh, I have him. I think I have 50% shares in the best ball in the super flex best balls. I have Kenny Pickett in half of my teams that I've drafted thus far.
I started to fall behind pace a little. I got to finish this before Washington.
Well, Jahmyr Gibbs threw us all for a loop, and I had to sit here. That is the pick of the 1st round right now.
I broke the seal, and then the Lions broke the draft. So
there's a theme. Yeah. That's the talk of the town at this point. I did not think there was going to be a fantasy storyline that usurped Bijan Robinson, and yet here we are.
Guys, say hi to Red, my dog.
Is he making an appearance?
Very, very good. He was being very difficult setting all this up. I know some of you out there know him, but when I'm doing some video content, I may include him in some things, so make him a nice little part of the Facemask team as well.
He's our mascot.
Well, don't forget Utley over there.
Yeah, he makes his appearances here and there, but it's mostly him just stretching and then lying back down on the couch.
Maybe I'll set my camera up, get more Red time next time.
We're live on Red Cam.
We'll get a live Red Cam.
Yeah, the NFL has Red Zone. We have Red Cam.
Unreal. This draft's incredible. I can't say it enough. This is one of the best drafts I've seen in my
It's been fun.
Life.
It's been fun, and appreciate you guys for coming in and hanging out with us. Chevy, thank you. That was kind of like it was kind of like the light bulb when I was like, they're gonna take Project Jones here.
You called it.
Yeah, it made sense. The fit made all the sense in the world. And it comes to fruition. But with the Jets here, I was
gonna say, let's talk Jets right now.
Yeah, so obviously they're the team of the offseason as far as, being the centerpiece around where Aaron Rodgers was going to ultimately end up. Now it's like, well, what do we do to build around Aaron Rodgers with this pick? The top offensive line prospects are gone.
They're gone.
You don't really need a wide receiver. You just signed Alan Lazard. You just drafted Garrett Wilson last year. You have Breece Hall. You have Michael Carter.
Hartman now. You got Corey Davis still. I got an idea, but I don't know if they'll do it. Do we see the first tight end off the board? Michael Mayer or Dalton
Kincaid. They have They spent a lot of money on Ty Conklin and C.J. Uzoma last year. I'm not sure what those dead cap hits would be if they cut one of those two guys. I would have to look into that. See what the SPO track what they have for Conklin and Uzoma. But that's certainly possible.
The other option is they beef up more of that interior defense and go Kalijah Kancey from Pittsburgh,
who is a guy that he's got a lot. Got some interest. Yeah, he's got some good stuff on tape. He looks like an explosive player.
If Atlanta traded back and got him, I was going to be very happy.
You would have been fine with that too.
But hey, we got Bijan, baby.
But hey, we got the running back that's been the talk of the town since last year.
This guy better be what everyone's been, because I've probably been the most tepid on Bijan as far as anyone I've talked to, and now I have him. So
now the Falcons have him.
Is just flipped my world.
I
love it.
It's not just the highlights. He's just excellent. When you watch him, he pops in every way. It's not just the big plays. It's just it's the fluidity to his game. He's very smart. He knows where he needs to be when he needs to be there. It's not just running the ball. He is a complete package out of the backfield, and that is why he's the 3-down back that he is, the blue chip prospect that he is. He can do. They're playing cards right now. As they're waiting. That's funny, but also I do hope these guys. Obviously, you want to see the green room guys go early or when they're supposed to. They got called here for a reason.
Yes, sir.
So they're showing Nolan Smith. That has been a trend where when the guy pops up on screen while the team's on the clock, feels like that's kind of a spoiler. Looks like the pick is in. I'm cheating, I guess. I didn't know where I was going to go here.
Did you look?
No, I'm not. But they flashed Nolan Smith on the screen as the Jets.
That's not cheating.
As the Jets, right? I'm not looking at my phone. I'm not looking at Twitter. I'm not looking at anything like that. As they showed the Jets.
Was he on the phone?
No, he was playing cards with. I guess maybe it was his mom. They were playing. They had a deck of cards. They were playing cards.
Well, the pick's not in yet.
It is now. It is now.
Oh man,
I think this is a team that they don't at the moment have a ton of holes, but also they don't have the one thing that you could point to on offense is the offensive line. Those options are out the door. Yeah, I think let's make a good unit better. Let's add to the defense, and leave it to Rodgers on offense with what he already has to work with, which is more than enough. I'll just assume comfortably here based on the fact that they also kind of they on the screen kind of cheated a little bit or spoiled a little bit. I'll just say it's Nolan Smith here.
I'm gonna go Canty.
Okay, they could use either guy. Especially with Candy, if there's any concerns about Quinnen Williams and getting him extended, which there shouldn't be, but that is something that they still have to address.
Yep. If honestly, either one's a good pick.
Sure.
I mean, I know I think they wanted Broderick Jones, and the Steelers just took it from him out of their grasp. But I think either one's a good pick.
Yep. And Washington could conceivably take the guy that the Jets don't, and that would once again leave Smith and Jigba for the New England Patriots at 17. That feels like a steal at this point.
Levis fall is happening.
Mm-hmm.
We're approaching JSN fall right now.
Yep. What were the odds that Jahmyr Gibbs got selected over Jackson Smith and Jigba tonight? Long, I would guess.
I'm telling you what, I'll say it now. I was looking in our dynasty league at possibly doing a little trade scheme,
trying to move
trying
up,
to turn something into the pick that I thought JSN would get to, and now he's falling, which could be good for his actual fantasy value if he goes to one of those better teams.
Mm-hmm.
But
you still take him high if he goes to Houston, but it's just kind of like, meh. Well, they have Stroud now, so didn't play out that way though.
So I have Cansey, you have Smith.
Yep.
Who's this kid?
I don't know. He's trying to hype up the crowd.
This kid? He got cancer?
Oh.
Damn, that sucks.
Oh, it's a Make-A-Wish guy. All right, well, you obviously just, you can do nothing but just root for the kid.
Obviously.
Yeah. Yeah, hype the crowd up, kid.
Does he not get to say the pick?
He should, but I guess not.
I know, he's the Cardinals fan. He's reading it. Roger's just getting his time.
He's doing his thing as the commish to be as annoying as he possibly can be.
Yes, sir.
He's not that small, dude. Yeah, lift the mic up. I can't hear what he's saying, but I can only imagine it's inspiring.
Well, as you can see, baby. Wow. Edge rushing outside linebacker. Will McDonald, Iowa State. He was getting a lot of top 30 visits. I saw his name popping up a lot.
But 15 overall.
Over Nolan Smith.
Yeah.
Over Marcus Murphy.
Over Gonzalez, not different position.
I'm just talking about positionally.
Yeah. He was like ranked 3rd or 4th at the position as far as the prospects go.
Well, at least the Jets fans can cool off a little with that because they're all hyped up about the Rodgers.
This'll bring. There's perfectly balanced as all things should be. Perfectly balanced.
Now we're on command. What are the Commanders going to do? They're not taking Jackson, right?
I think they take Gonzalez. They could use some help on defense. They could use some help on defense.
They got Kendall Fuller, Cameron Curl. I mean, Johnson.
You can take it.
Take another guy. No one that's good enough to justify not. Yeah, I don't think it's JSN. They got Dotson, Terry, Curtis Samuel. Don't need that. Logan Thomas, is he even like alive anymore?
Yeah, he's like, I mean, yeah, they could go tight end, and the pick is in by Washington. That didn't
Real
take
quick.
that didn't take long. I'm gonna go ahead and say Gonzalez here. I mean, he's a blue chip prospect. At this point in the draft, to me, it's not as much about need. It's just about this guy is supposed to be really good and he's available.
Yeah, I don't hate it.
I'll just say they take Gonzalez. They try to continue to shore up their defense. They're not going to get one of the blue chip quarterback. I mean, they could take they could take Will Levis. Will Levis is still out there.
I think they like
Sam Howell. Yeah.
Which, I mean, they've seen him, so they know.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm gonna go Dalton Kincaid.
Okay. His name should be called tonight, him or Mayer, if not both. I'll say Gonzalez here, just because we expected him to go seven or eight picks ago.
I mean, those would be those. Part of me's doing it because I don't want to take the same. I want to differ a little bit, but like
sure.
the two guys I'm looking at if I'm Washington. Hendon Hooker getting shown. Will he jump Levis?
How old is Levis? I know Hooker's 25.
I don't know.
Is Will Levis like 23?
23.
Is he?
Yeah.
When does he turn 24? In June. He turns 24 in 2 months. So he's not much younger than Hooker, much has been made about the fact that Hooker's already 25. A lot has been made about that.
I know.
So Levis turning 24 in June, 2 months from now, that's not so different.
Just so we all know, we've hit the halfway point.
We have officially hit the halfway point. 2 hours in, going strong. Again, I'll continue to say this throughout the night. Appreciate everybody coming in, dropping us a like. The likes, if you guys are still around or in here, if you haven't liked the stream yet, if you like what you see and like what you hear, they certainly help with the algorithm as far as exposure. So we appreciate that. If you feel so inclined, whether you do or not, and you're just here hanging out, obviously, again, thank you. Thanks for coming in. Thanks for hanging out. Happy to talk shop with you guys. If there's any questions anybody has, whether it's fantasy obviously is going to remain the focal point, but if it's just from the perspective of the draft, we're happy to take those too. If there aren't any, we'll just continue to react as we have been for these first 2 hours.
Yeah, guys, feel free to throw some questions out there. I mean, we want to make this as interactive as we possibly can, and you guys have been doing great, so throw them out there for us.
What I want to look at right now, at least on Underdog, for a refresher, and I know that only their Superflex rankings are up right now, is the ADPs of David Montgomery, DeAndre Swift, and Jahmyr Gibbs, who are all teammates now. So
that wouldn't have shifted yet.
No, I want to look right now. I'm just for a frame of reference. I know it's going to change, but just for a frame of reference, Jahmyr Gibbs had the highest ADP of all three of these guys at 74 at the end, or at the end of the Superflex. 74 is his Superflex ADP. It's obviously going to be 10 spots-ish higher in one quarterback, or it was. David Montgomery was getting selected as the very next running back off the board about 3.5 picks later, 77.7. DeAndre Swift's ADP was down to 91. So that was before Gibbs Gibbs went to Detroit.
I liked Montgomery going into this season.
I did too. I started taking him a good amount.
Sorry, because
yeah, it's not I mean,
you don't spend a top 12. What do they
They
take
took him 12th overall. Top half of the draft. Top half of the first round.
You don't take a running. I mean,
top half of the first round.
Incredible.
Mm-hmm.
It's been a great. I can't say enough. The draft's been great. Nick? Are you in the chat?
I'm keeping an eye on it.
No, but like your account.
Oh, I might be. Why is that? Oh, are we alone in here?
I think it says one watching.
Yeah. Okay. So we're kind of just
Two watching. We're back.
We're back. We're holding down the fort for now.
Forbes corner. Why is Gonzalez falling?
That's so interesting.
I am very curious about the Christian Gonzalez thing now. This is crazy.
This is
we are in Christian Gonzalez free fall.
This is free fall.
No off the field issues.
Right.
And I mean, we're entering Jackson Smith and Jigba starting to tumble a little bit, but what is going on?
Emmanuel Forbes.
This is crazy.
Emmanuel Forbes has the size that I was referencing earlier when we saw Devon Witherspoon go. What was he? Yes. 4th or 5th overall. Forbes is 6'1". He weighs 165 pounds. He is small, man.
Oh, he's tall. Oh, yes, you're right. Sorry, big height wise. Yeah,
big. Yeah. He's tall. He is, but he's thin.
But you know what? He's just not going to need He's just
got the size.
He's got he's got the reach, the size, the speed, and they're not going to ask him to be too physical.
He's got long arms.
Is what it is, and their front seven is so physically dominant that they may want the ball hawks.
Right, they just want a guy who could just
they're like, hey, when
break
the
on the ball.
Gets it up,
yeah,
exactly.
Just break on the ball, go make a play.
Pat's pick is in, Nick.
Say this is Smith and Jigba here. Patriots trade back and still get their guy while picking up. I think they picked up a 4th rounder from the Steelers.
Jackson Smith and Jigba was such a good call.
It's got to be here. I mean, you have Juju Smith-Schuster. Who else do they have?
I'll copy you on that.
Kendrick Bourne. I mean, who's still there? It's got to be Smith and Jigba here. They get Mac Jones some help.
They got Juju.
Yeah, I know. I mentioned Juju. I don't know who else they have at this point.
Oh, Gonzalez. There he goes.
Wow. I mean,
what a pick. What a get by them.
That's a great get. That's a great get to get him there.
These picks are going quick. I gotta pick it up.
I gotta pick up my beer drinking pace. This is maybe right now the value pick of the first round. I mean, you could so. I guess you could argue Jalen Carter as well at falling to 9.
Him and Carter for sure.
Yeah, I mean, the guy was the top prospect at the defensive back position, and we spoke earlier in the stream about the importance of, it's a passing league, it's an offensive league. The thing you need on defense to counter that is defensive backs, and he's the top prospect. So for him to fall to 17, to end up with a defensive mind like Bill Belichick as his coach, I mean, that's a great match. Whether they need
agreed.
Now, and that keeps Jackson's. I mean, that wouldn't have been a fantasy-friendly landing spot for Smith and Jigba, so that keeps hope alive for him in that regard. Where is he going here?
Very, very. I mean, I don't think Detroit takes him.
I don't think Tampa takes him.
Let me see some. Donna's in the chat. Hey, Donna, love you.
Hey, Donna.
She's saying prediction Eagles. The Eagles get Jackson Smith and Jigba. If you guys get Jalen Carter and Jackson
I would lose my mind.
I
would lose my mind in a good way. You would in another, in a different kind of way.
So, real quick, I want to touch. Chevy commented earlier. So, Swift is going to be traded for day 3. Rumor has it in Detroit. Interesting.
I mean,
there's no.
It makes no sense for them to keep him at this point. He's not going to play.
I'm hearing from Tom. Tom Brown is now there. He's not entered the chat. He's here via Donna Brown. That's Nick's uncle Tom, my father, for the record. Anyone who wasn't sure.
For everybody keeping score.
Trades up to get Nolan Smith. So we're just going to have an all Georgia defensive line in Philly, apparently.
Give me those SEC boys.
All Georgia. all of them.
Hey, that's fine.
That's what
They've
that
won.
would be.
They've won a lot recently, so I'll take that. There's a reason why they've won a lot.
Exactly. If you ever wanted the Georgia defense, it was the
Well,
last.
here's your chance, Philly.
You got him. Unreal. Oh man, thanks for joining, guys. Love you both.
Yeah, thanks for coming in and hanging out. I don't think the Eagles are getting Smith and Jigba.
No, I don't think so either. I mean, I don't. Nolan Smith would be another great pick for you guys at 31. Let's. I don't want to get into that too much. That's a few picks away.
We're several picks from that.
Where are we at? We're at the Lions again
at 18.
Nick, what are these guys going to do?
Well, this is completely unpredictable because they made the most puzzling pick. So again, I don't think that'll change tonight.
I'm going back to Kalijah Cansey. That's where I'm at.
You know what? I might tail on that because they could use a guy to pair with Hutchinson. The offense is already pretty much ready to go. As far as competing, add a little bit more to that defense.
Yep. And he's got grit too.
Sure.
That just being like Pittsburgh's that type of school. I mean, you got Aaron Donald coming from Pittsburgh. He's not going to be Aaron Donald, of course, but I mean, you got that grit. Dan Campbell loves a guy like Kalijah Cansey.
Going to be a knee biter. He's going to bite some knees.
A knee biter, yeah.
He's going to be a knee biter. Yeah, so I think that makes sense. I'll tail on that prediction because I don't think they're going to – if they weren't going to take Will Levis, or if they were going to take Will Levis, they were going to do it at 12. So I don't think they're taking him here.
Agreed.
So I'll say they go. I'm okay with the Canty prediction here. Speaking of Will Levis, though, the team that's coming up next
that is interesting.
Could certainly give that one a look.
It was mocked, and I always made fun of it because I was like, "There's no way he's falling."
He's not falling that far. Well,
what do I know?
The NFL had other plans in there.
Nick, I'd like to check in with you on an unrelated topic, as we're both from Philadelphia, even though I represent the Falcons fandom here in NFL. The Hawks are tied with the Celtics at the end of the third quarter.
Eyes emoji. Yeah, that's interesting.
98-98, and the Hawks take the lead, 100-98.
Is that
we're on Game 7 watch
that
series.
Is that to end the third or to go into the fourth, or has the fourth tipped off?
Third just ended. We got the whole quarter left.
The whole fourth quarter is left. Well, I won't be flipping to that at this moment, but
definitely not.
But we are on Celtics upset watch, or Celtics
Game 7 watch.
Celtics Game 7 watch. Giddy up.
I got an update. Bijan Robinson, an easy first-round fantasy pick and clear dynasty running back 1. Yeah.
That's
what I said. Like, this could have been the best landing spot for him fantasy-wise.
I think you have to put him over Jonathan Taylor. You have to put him over, Breece Hall, Kenneth Walker, Najee Harris. I mean, Christian McCaffrey still has an argument in that conversation. I don't
hate it.
As far as the overall RB1 for Dynasty, I mean, he's young and he's the full package. I mean, that's it.
I just, for my own selfish reasons, I hope it translates to wins for the team.
Of course. I just hope they don't. I just hope they don't forget that.
I do.
I just hope they don't forget what they have in the passing game.
Chevy said Jack Campbell. Did one of us say Jack Campbell? We meant Dan Campbell. We've been drinking. We're on. Nick and I are on Modelo watch now.
Yeah. Celtics are on Game 7 watch. Will Levis watch is going on. We're on Modelo watch. There's lots of watches happening right now. Definitely Dan Campbell. If I said, I don't think I said Jack Campbell, but if I did,
I don't either.
But if I did, I apologize.
I don't know what Jack would. No, listen. It's gonna be Kalijah Cansey for sure. Unless it's a Jack. There's no.
Oh wait, there's Jack Campbell's the linebacker. There's a Jack Campbell in the draft. There's a Jack. I'm sorry. I'm over here like Okay, we're on Campbell watch
we're
too.
We're being dumb.
Jack Campbell is the linebacker from, is he Iowa?
That would be a wild.
He shouldn't be a first round pick, but
we'll see.
But
we'll see.
I didn't think Emmanuel Forbes would go this high either.
No, Forbes is the biggest reach in my opinion so far.
I think I have to say the biggest reach is Jahmyr Gibbs.
Sorry, I agree. Yeah. I forgot that. I keep forgetting.
This is the talk of the night. This is especially as it pertains to fantasy. The Gibbs going 12th overall is the fantasy discussion of the evening. It's the NFL discussion of the evening as well, just from the perspective of the narrative around taking running backs this high as well. It was a crazy pick, and they're back on the clock now, so let's see what they do.
Oh, the Campbell. So he must have known Jack Campbell.
Oh, okay, gotcha. There we go. All right, sorry, Chevy. We were a little. We threw ourselves for a loop there. That's
Chevy's letting us know it's all right.
Yeah, that's not anything.
Nick and I are making our picks ahead of that, so
we were just guessing.
If you're on the inside,
yeah,
he's on the inside. Inside Chevy 4x4.
There you go.
Are we on Will Levis watch for this pick?
I gotta think that this is something that I gotta think that this is something. What else does Tampa? What else should they draft?
I don't think they're drafting receiver. I mean, with Godwin.
They got Mike Evans. I know Evans is getting older. Godwin is still, like 26 or so? So, Do
they go tight end? But that doesn't seem like a need for them right now.
I think it's got to be.
They're not taking Zach Charbonnet at this point. It could be Will Levis. I'm going Will Levis, I think.
I agree. Look, Tampa's not going to be good. You would assume they're not going to be good. They could, if they're going to trade Devin White, maybe they take Nolan Smith here. But you're trotting Baker Mayfield out there as of right now for Week 1, who offers absolutely nothing to look forward to. No offense, Baker. Just take Levis. To me, you don't really have a long-term plan at quarterback right now if you're Tampa Bay. Just take the dude who at least offers you an opportunity to give a young player a long look.
I want to get an update from the Lions fan chat I'm in right now.
Okay.
Anthony AG. Nothing like taking a running back and a middle linebacker in round 1.
Yeah. Yeah.
Lions fans, I think they were real happy going to this year, and the last couple weeks between Jameson Williams and
now these picks that would put a damper on my
scratching their head.
Yeah, I'd be like, why?
I don't get it.
Right. Yeah, they're having the most puzzling night right now. Detroit is.
All right, Nick, I'm going to hold it for when Roger comes out here because I'm not going to miss some wacky pick like I just did with Detroit.
You have to you wait for that thing to happen and then you sprint.
I have to. I can't do it twice.
No. Buccaneers are about to take Tank Bigsby here.
Just jump the whole thing.
Just bork the whole thing.
I saw something where they were putting Izzy in that same tier with Bigsby, Charbonnet.
Izzy's real interesting.
Is he that interesting though?
I don't know if he's that interesting, but he's interesting. Tajay Spears is interesting.
Izzy's below all those for me.
Sure.
I don't have any picks in that area though, so I'm not too worried about it. But as far as analysis goes, that's where I sit.
I'm interested in Izzy. He had like 20 touchdowns this past season. It's pretty good. I gotta think the Bucks go Will Levis here. I can't imagine.
That little jingle coming.
Where do they
Chevy
find?
Loves the Jack Campbell pick. It's Will Levis, Nick. Let's go. Cansey.
Oh, there goes. Okay, there he goes.
All right, I'll be right back.
There goes Cansey. So they add They add some interior defensive linemen to a defense that has fallen off from their Super Bowl run a couple of years ago. They were a shell of themselves this past year. Some of that can probably be attributed to the drop off in play from the secondary. But I mean, they are getting, they're getting old. Other than Devin White, they're getting older in that regard. They get to infuse the front seven with some youth. So he's an explosive talent on the inside of that defensive line. It makes sense. I wasn't projecting it. I wasn't predicting it. This is starting to feel like at this point Will Levis might not get drafted tonight. That's honestly who's left? We got Seattle.
The over/under on quarterbacks is 4.5, and I saw some play
that's an easy.
I think it's gonna be under.
That's an under right now. That's an under. I don't think Will Levis is going tonight.
Look, Seattle take a
unless
quarterback here?
Well, somebody who could use a quarterback needs to trade back in tonight in order for Levis to go, which is obviously possible. But as it stands right now, the teams that are that are upcoming still to go are Seattle, the Chargers, the Ravens, the Vikings, who I guess are the one team there maybe, Jacksonville, the Giants, the Cowboys, the Bills, the Bengals, the Saints, the Eagles, and the Chiefs. None of those teams, except for maybe the Vikings, and that's a long-term plan, could potentially add a quarterback.
Yeah, it's...
Maybe Seattle right here, right now. Maybe.
But you're right. After that, it's as we expect. The teams
After that, these
the
teams...
The draft,
right, these are the teams that don't need a quarterback.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, unless you have a trade... If we see a trade up...
Yeah, it would have to be a trade up with a team like, say, the Raiders, could even be the Titans again, could be... I'm trying to think, we're running out of other teams. I don't think Washington's going to trade back in. We just talked about how they like Howell.
And this is what we were talking about a little bit, right? Is it more Zach Wilson or Herbert? And I think the NFL is doing it on the Zach Wilson side.
Yeah, they're erring on an extreme side of caution as it pertains to Will Levis, and that's obvious in the form of his free fall. I think we're down to off the top of my head, I feel like viable teams here. We're down to the Raiders and the Titans. I'm trying to think if there's
as far as ones that haven't gotten
or that could use a quarterback that could theoretically use some assets to trade up.
Yeah.
Who else could conceive?
I mean, if you like them enough, you trade up. I guess. I guess that's how those draft rooms work, though.
Yeah.
You like a guy, you just pull the trigger, you go.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the Will Levis thing. Hey, that's what they're telling us, right? We saw the mock draft, we saw all the combine, all the fancy stuff at the pro day. They're getting smarter, these scouting rooms now,
mm-hmm.
and what it's telling us is if you have a mid pick in a super flex league at rookie draft, you're not happy because
you don't feel good about that.
Even if you didn't want Levis, it's making him less attractive to guys ahead of you.
Oh yeah.
This is what I was talking about too. I was potentially targeting pick 107 as I go in and make sure I'm still not having a trade floating out for it right now, which I don't.
That's good.
I was targeting that as a potential trading spot because to me, I was getting one of the four, or JSN, Gibbs, or Bijan.
Mm-hmm.
And I knew it wasn't Bijan, obviously. I knew it wasn't some of the top quarterbacks, but I kind of tiered those 7 into a group. And now we're seeing Levis is not in that group anymore as we see him fall. And so now none of those receivers, we haven't even seen Jackson Smith and Jigba drafted.
Right, we haven't seen a single receiver. When's the last time a receiver wasn't taken in the first 20 picks of the draft?
That's a great trivia question.
I would be curious to know that because it's
when was the Patriots first round receiver? What's his shoot?
Oh,
a few years ago. I mean, he stinks, but
Yeah.
as any Patriots first-round receiver would.
Well, yeah. I'm trying to think of who he was. I know. Yeah.
Do we have a pick for Seattle? Let's just change topic real
That
quick.
pick is still 2 minutes to go on that timer and counting.
No, I'm saying a prediction. Sorry. They could go receiver here. Are they going Jackson Smith?
Could they? I mean, yeah, Tyler Lockett's getting older.
Let me look at something real quick. I might think that
they had some. They struggled. The Seahawks did with.
I'm going to say Nolan Smith for them.
They struggled as far as stopping the run this past year.
I'm going to go Nolan Smith.
Yeah, that probably makes sense. I mean, at this point, he feels like the best.
Well, a few things make sense. I think they go receiver. I think Miles Murphy's in play.
I think they wait another year on receiver because you still have DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett is getting older, but he is still he didn't show signs of decline this past year.
No, for sure. But
no, I mean you want to be proactive.
Still, just those two.
Right after that, it's slim pickings, so they could
go.
Eskridge,
yikes.
Yeah.
Cade Johnson, I think he's on my taxi squad. He's going to be off it real quick if he isn't already.
Was the Patriots receiver Jackson? Like his last name was Jackson?
I'll look it up while we're
I'm kind of like, yeah, what was that guy's name?
No, it wasn't Jackson. We're being stupid. It's someone way like more obvious than that. And it begins with a K. And I almost like Keanu Neal like an idiot. I was just like, wait, that's not it.
That's not it.
That's not right. Yeah. I'll tell you in a sec. I'm looking up, but I want to find out too. Yeah, the receivers have just been more of a thing.
N'Keal Harry.
N'Keal Harry.
There it is. Oh my God. Sorry, N'Keal. We were struggling on that one.
Big time.
Yeah.
Big time. So are you? What are you thinking? Are you thinking an edge rusher? Are you
Nolan Smith makes sense here. The Seahawks were not good. Their front seven struggled last year. He shores that up. I mean,
hey, just so you know, the N'Keal Harry year was the correct year, but Marquise Brown went 25 to Baltimore in 2019, and that's the last time.
Okay.
Receiver was drafted outside the top 12. Because Henry Ruggs went at 12 his year. So
yeah.
This has been unprecedented for a while, but reflective of what people have kind of thought about this receiver class. And a little interesting, I'm surprised JSN is falling this far.
Because of this class and the lack of depth, yeah. I figured Smith and Jigba would go high, right, yeah. Now here's the thing.
Like the guy in this class.
Here's the thing.
He was projected before this season. He's projected as a top 10 pick.
Yeah.
Top 5 by some mockers, like looking at early mocks.
I guess people were really put off by the injury this past year.
Yeah.
I'll say the Seahawks go Nolan Smith here, and then the Chargers take Smith and Jigba because Keenan Allen is closer to the end.
Okay. So you want to get the pre-pick in on Jackson Smith and Jigba?
I'll plant the flag right now. He's the 21st pick in the draft to the Chargers,
now,
and
if the Seahawks
that's a fantasy friendly.
Smith, you lose that pick though. You can't be pre-picking.
All right, I can't be pre-picking. All right, I'm saying Nolan Smith here.
I'm just kidding. I'm totally kidding.
And then I'll shut up. Yeah, all right. There's so much riding on this right now. We got more guests on the stage.
Pioneers in flag football.
Oh, there you go. Playing the game the safe way.
Love to see it. Love the kids.
Yeah. This girl's got a cast. She's got a brace on her leg. She's probably.
Nick, I accidentally saw the pick. I won't say anything to you, but I now have to mute Ian Rappaport. He is officially.
He's tipping. He's tipping him off. That's no good.
Unless he's saying it because we're on delay. That actually could be what it
could be.
was.
That could be it too.
But it is Jackson Smith and Jigba.
Wow.
And I will let you take back that pick.
I get my pick back. All right.
How do you feel about this if you are a person targeting Jackson Smith and Jigba? Good?
Fine. Like, I guess I'm fine with it.
Are you worried? For Dynasty, I'm saying.
That's
because
yeah.
For redraft, he's off my board essentially. Like, I'm not where people want to take him in redraft. I don't think I can. I'm not taking the third wide receiver on a team, and I think he'll probably go in the top 8 rounds.
Yeah, he will because he was before.
He was way before that. I mean, he was like top 5 before.
He was
that.
sixth round.
But people thought he was going to be the guy.
Right.
I don't think he can be the guy in Seattle. I think Tyler Lockett leaves or retires or whatever, and it's still DK Metcalf.
It's still DK Metcalf, which, I mean, and then, it's from the perspective of who's the long-term quarterback? Like, is Geno Smith the guy in 3 or 4 years? I mean, I'm going to go ahead and...
It still could be Will.
It still could be. It still could be Will Levis. It still could be.
This was a fall.
This was absolutely a fall. No,
this was a little surprising.
No, it's a great pick by Seattle. I mean...
No question. The fact that we were talking about it, like, not to, like, pump our tires too much, but, like,
Sure.
It wasn't... Like, a receiver was definitely, like, in the conversation for them. I'm surprised he fell this far, and I guess Seattle was too, and they were just like, hey, let's
just take him.
Just take the talent. Like, we know he's going to be... Like, Brian Hartline, behind Marvin Harrison, listed him as the second best receiver he's ever coached, so...
Okay.
I mean,
we saw it on full display as sophomore season, so...
I'll just say this. What I was saying earlier, talking about trying to do a trade to get JSN in our Dynasty League Superflex. I was talking about maybe shipping Olave for him in the trade, and I'm kind of happy I didn't now.
Yeah, I mean,
Olave's the guy in New Orleans.
And Smith and Jigba could still eventually become the guy.
I don't think so, but Metcalf is
It's going to be a lot harder because of DK Metcalf being there. That doesn't mean he can't still be really good for fantasy purposes.
Of course.
And put up really strong numbers. But, I mean...
They still Kenneth Walker there.
This is a team,
offense with that team.
Pete Carroll's never gotten away from the philosophy of wanting to run the ball.
Yep.
Geno had a great season, a bounce back of awesome proportions compared to what the rest of his career has been thus far. I don't think it's unfair to question, can he do it again? Just because we haven't seen any consistency. I mean, we saw consistency from Geno Smith for the first time this year. So Can he do that again? I don't think that's an unfair question to ask. So now you add in the fact that he's competing for targets and snaps with DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett, who were both wide receiver ones, right, in points per game last year. So, I mean, I don't know what to do in one quarterback right now as far as, like, who do I take at the 102?
What are you doing with Geno Smith in redraft leagues?
Taking him because, I mean, and not reaching.
Is he a late round? He's not a top 12 guy, but is he a guy you're looking at it like obviously people that take Hurts, Mahomes, Burrow, Allen, Herbert, like ideally you're not taking a second quarterback in your draft. If you're a person that's waiting and maybe taking a flyer and seeing like, hey, is Tua healthy and working? Like, is your insurance pick, is Geno Smith like rising up a little bit? Like,
Sure.
Is he going to be entering that fringe territory now? I mean, you just got the best pass catcher in the class combined with a top 5 before this pick receiving duo in the league. I mean, you got to love what Geno has an offense to work with.
Yeah. I mean, plenty of weapons, plenty capable as far as putting up numbers in the offense. Yeah, I mean, he's going to be regular
Sorry.
streamer. He's going to be a regular streamer during the season in one quarterback redraft leagues. In best ball, I think he's a great value pick. As long as if somebody takes him 10 picks above his ADP, then so be it. But if you can get him, I remember his ADP in one quarterback before the Superflex tournaments was around 120. That's probably going to jump a little bit, especially because Seattle's not going to end up with one of the quarterback prospects, and they added the top wide receiver prospect. So Gino's ADP is going to jump, rightfully so. We'll see how big of a jump it is, and then do you actually want to pay the new higher price? But it could certainly be worth it, especially in best ball as your QB2. The offense is loaded.
Yeah. Quick question: where got Chargers pick is in. I got a pick. I'm ahead of you, so I'll say it. I'm going Zay Flowers. I think
I was just thinking that.
I was between him and Johnston. I know Johnston's been getting some questionable looks, and
yeah.
Are you going Flowers too?
I was just thinking Zay Flowers. He feels like a good fit here. Like he feels like he could be a kind of a replacement of sorts eventually for Keenan Allen.
I literally typed it in, and then
wow,
and then changed it to Flowers because I thought you know what, Johnston's a little too much like Williams. Mike Williams, I mean.
Well, they said no. We want big receivers everywhere.
They want big boys out there catching the ball. Fuck, I would have had that right. Man, I'll tell you what. I got 6 correct. That's not doing so good.
What do I have?
It's hard to get these late ones right.
4 or 5.
And a good year getting these right is about 8 or 9 or higher.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to struggle to hit that number. It's hard. These late picks are always hard because it gets wacky down here.
Now, do the Ravens take Zay Flowers because they have a big receiver already themselves in Rashad Bateman?
Yeah, but they just got to the Odell thing shakes that up for me.
Yeah, it's a 1-year deal though.
I know. Is Joey Porter on the board possibly? I might go Joey.
Yeah,
Porter.
I mean, he could. They don't. Yeah, the Ravens struggled on defense.
They got Marlon Humphrey, but the other side of their secondary isn't too strong.
No.
I think that's my pick. I'm going to go ahead and put that in.
I'll go ahead and say they throw Lamar a bone and give him another receiver.
You want Zay?
I'll go Zay here.
You want Josh Downs?
No, I want Zay Flowers. No, I don't. I don't want Josh Downs. Although I know he's been a riser recently.
Let's talk real quick. I don't want to get too far away from what just happened here. The analysis. Quentin Johnston. I think it's just us in the room. I don't care. Quentin Johnston.
That's okay.
I liked him. I liked him a lot, and he was getting a lot of kind of negative sort of looks from the fantasy community, the dynasty community.
Yep.
What are your thoughts with? I mean, he's right behind JSN. I'm very in on him. I mean, I know the same idea. He's going to be the third guy at least to start for this year. But let's talk from a dynasty perspective. Are you favorable of this landing spot? I mean, with Herbert,
sure. With Herbert could unlock anybody. I guess the concern with Quentin Johnston, which it's not always a perfect tell-all, but he had a good contested catch rate in college. So you think to yourself immediately okay, well that's a good thing, right? The thought process there is that there's question marks. Can he separate at the NFL level, right? You see the list of guys with a good contested catch rate in college. It's not a great list as far as what they've done thus far in the NFL. So that's a little concerning. But he's 6'4", You can line him up inside or outside. He's got good, he's a good yak guy. He feels a bit like a Mike Williams clone, so I'm not quite sure necessarily about the landing spot. That being said, Justin Herbert is awesome, and that might be all that it takes as long as you are somewhat talented. If you've got some level of talent, I feel like that's all Justin Herbert needs to work with. The landing spot for Quentin Johnston is great. Will he translate? Is the question.
I think he's got like Keenan Allen and Mike Williams ahead of him. It's going to be tough early on.
Sure.
But
good guys to learn from.
But good guys to learn from. And that's what, being a Falcons fan, we always had that going, right? Like, it was Roddy White. Julio got to learn behind Roddy White. Calvin Ridley got to learn behind Julio. They didn't get that with Drake London. It was a bit of a miss kind of tier with the gambling stuff, and he got and then traded. But it was nice, and I think a factor for their careers. And so I think you like that for him moving forward. If I'm in Dynasty, I think if you got one of the later picks, I mean, to me, we'll see, right? Like, guys are falling now. If someone goes to Buffalo or the Chiefs, you're at that position now where you might have had them ahead of Quentin Johnston, so it may not feel the same. But like last year, for instance, you had Sky Moore and Watson. Well, Watson not as big of a oof, but Sky Moore go ahead of guys like Olave, Jahan Dotson, like guys that were seriously higher draft capital in situations where they could get the ball, but because he went to Kansas City, he shot up.
It duped some people.
Now, Addison and Flowers and Hyatt for some people are kind of the other ones discussed, but I'd say the first two more so. They were already kind of talked about in the same tier with Johnston, and a lot of people had the two of them significantly above him. So I'm wondering if that's going to happen where they fall to a team now where it's super attractive to get those guys in a dynasty league. If they fall to Buffalo or Kansas City, and as a dynasty player, you're sitting there with, say, in a super flex league with the 106, right? And we'll just say, hypothetically, a draft goes Bijan, Young, Stroud, Anthony Richardson in some order. And then you're at 6 where you thought that's an okay pick.
Sure.
But now, how does Jahmyr Gibbs look with what's in front of him? Jackson Smith and Jigba, I'm probably taking in that top 5 with those quarterbacks and Bijan.
Sure.
But now you got Gibbs. Quentin Johnston has now entered the chat a little bit because he's at a great landing spot ahead of the other guys.
Mm-hmm.
We got to see where Addison and Flowers go. If one of them slips to Buffalo or Kansas City, I could see them jumping Gibbs in Dynasty rookie ADP. Why not? Right? Like,
yeah.
I mean, unless they trade Swift, they just brought Montgomery in. If they ship Swift in a trade, we're going to be on this tomorrow, and we'll see there's so much at stake with these running backs, which is going to really shape a lot of the situation here.
Sure.
But what we've seen tonight has been super interesting regarding that. Let's real quick make a pick for Baltimore here.
I think they throw Lamar a bone.
I said Flowers. I said Porter. I forgot. We already made those. We did it real early.
I think they throw Lamar a bone here and go Flowers. Yeah. I mean, yeah. To your point about Gibbs, we've officially entered the territory of these are good landing spots for the wide receivers.
We're certainly. I think that made it darker.
See what the Ravens
Say
do.
Flowers, Nick.
There we go. There we go.
There he goes.
I had a feeling they were going to throw Lamar a bone.
There you go. Okay. So Nick, you tie it up at 6-6. Zay Flowers, what a call! I mean, you've been talking about it, so I don't know how much to dive in there is with it. But yeah, I mean, does he line up slot and you get OBJ
Yeah.
on the outside?
I mean, you can make them interchangeable, but I would say Odell definitely has the experience and the pedigree where you feel fine throwing him on the outside. Flowers, I would say, starts in the slot at the very least. I mean, being
Yep.
5'9", he's not even 5'10". It's we'll see if he can separate and win on the outside, but that might be a work in progress for Zay. I do think
For fantasy, what are you thinking?
the opportunity
it's
is there,
tough
man.
spot.
I mean,
It's not good.
it's not right. If he went to if he went to the Chargers and Justin Herbert, it's wheels up. But this is a little different. That being said, I mean, it's not like Lamar Jackson is a scrub. Obviously, they're not going to have the same passing volume that a team like, say, I mean, we just talked about the Chargers. Obviously, they're gonna throw the ball more. A team like the Vikings that are on the clock right now would probably throw the ball more. Jacksonville would throw the ball more. So from that perspective, it maybe puts a damper on things a little bit. And then, of course, you just got to worry about you come into question like these guys where it's like they're not even 5'11".
Right.
It's not a death sentence. It's not a death knell that it's like, oh, you're not 5'10", you're not going to succeed. Like that's not the case. It's just in a vacuum. But it is a short list. It is a short list of guys who have.
Well, how tall is Zay Flowers? He's not under 5'10".
He's 5'9".
Is he?
He's 5'9". Yeah.
Gotcha.
So I mean,
loved watching him at the. I see 5'10", but regardless, I love watching him at the combine. He was my wide receiver 2.
mm-hmm.
I
became
had
the 2.
JSN, him, and Quentin Johnston. I'm not a huge Addison guy. I know people love him, but obviously I'm right and they're wrong. NFL knows. I think Addison could go here to Minnesota to opposite of Jefferson, to be honest.
Do
And
they take Will Levis?
No, maybe, but not what I'm saying. I'm going Jordan Addison.
I'm going to say they take. Well, yeah, and they could definitely use a wide receiver. I'm going to go on a limb here a little bit here and say that they take a chance on Will Levis. This is the last spot as far as teams that are currently on the board. Teams that are on the board, like right now,
no one else is taking him. That's left.
Right, no one else is taking him.
That's not true. New Orleans could.
I guess they could. But what's Derek Carr's new contract? Didn't they gave him some? They gave him some years, right? It's not like it's like a two. It's not like a 2-year contract.
Quick, what are you thinking for Zay Flowers dynasty wise after this?
Yeah, it's tough to say that you can put him over Quentin Johnston, even though I'm not. I'll say this: I'm not off of Quentin Johnston, but I'm not the biggest Quentin Johnston guy. I do worry a little bit about the contested catch rate in college.
For how big he is, it was low.
Right. So that being said, the difference in landing spot is I would say it's sizable.
I think Baltimore's a tough spot, but how much?
I would probably take what I wouldn't. I'm not crazy about like Zay Flowers with the Chargers would have been great, but the fact that it's Quentin Johnston with the Chargers and Zay Flowers with the Ravens, I guess I would take Johnston over him in a dynasty rookie draft. Let's say he's available there at let's assume super flex. Let's say it's those two guys at the 107 or the 108.
Yeah,
I would probably take Johnston.
Are you taking either, neither, or both ahead of Gibbs in dynasty right now?
Man, see again. This is like the new Gibbs or these wide receivers is the new question of the rest of the offseason as it pertains to dynasty.
And here's the troubling part. I don't think it was pre-draft, and we assumed he was going after them.
Right.
The Lions really fucked up this Gibbs situation as
Yeah.
far as how Dynasty's going to view him. And all I'm going to say is I think they'll end up getting rid of Swift because I know it seems silly, but there's no way they plan on going into the year with all three of them. So I think it actually makes I think Gibbs will be the guy
I mean-
over both, but it's just such a weird pick.
I think Gibbs and Swift have very similar skill sets. If you're going to take Gibbs,
Yes.
if you're going to take Gibbs 12th overall, yeah, to me,
You could have gotten him at 18, probably.
you could have gotten him tomorrow. Maybe not tomorrow, but you might
I
have.
doubt tomorrow.
You think he still would have
No,
gone?
he would have got the end of this draft was very like running back hungry.
Sure. The Chiefs could have, even if he falls to 31.
Seriously.
I would say right now, I would play off the assumption that is real, that Swift his days in Detroit could be numbered. I would take Gibbs over Johnston and Flowers because of the draft capital.
Assuming you have to.
Yeah, you have to. I would take Gibbs.
How does Gibbs affect the pass catchers in Detroit? Not at all.
I would say not at all. I mean, if they bring in if TJ Hawkinson was still there, that might be one thing. Like there is data that proves there's a bit of a correlation between targets between the running back position and the tight end position. But yeah. I don't think this affects Amon-Ra St. Brown in a negative way in any way. And Jameson Williams, just those are downfield targets. They're different targets. Like Gibbs is an underneath check down guy. J-Mo's a guy that you ideally want to have taking the top off. I don't think that. I mean, to me, the guy who just lost all of his targets is DeAndre Swift.
Right.
If he had any left to begin with, because David Montgomery is also a pretty good pass catcher at the running back position. He's better at it than Jamal Williams, who had a great fantasy season last year. Like, just straight pass catching ability as a running back, Montgomery clears Jamal Williams, and now he's the guy who's in there now. And then they add Jahmyr Gibbs. Like, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Swift's value is totally in the toilet. Montgomery's also took a hit.
It did.
I don't think I'm changing anything about Amon-Ra.
Nah.
I mean, he almost goes up because Jameson Williams.
Oh, he goes up.
Got suspended.
Vikings pick is in.
Yeah, I'm going Addison. You're going Levis?
I think I'm going to go out on a limb and say they take Levis because Kirk is 35, 36 at this point, last year of his deal. They don't have a contingency plan, but also they're going to try to compete this year. This gives them the opportunity to have a quarterback to work with next year.
Yeah.
Already in tow. I'm going to say Levis.
Okay.
They get that fifth-year option, the ever-important fifth-year option with a young quarterback. You mentioned yourself earlier the importance of having getting a young quarterback on a rookie deal where it works out even marginally.
Yeah, and
Kirk's 35, 36. Yeah, right. I mean, this is his last year. I'm pretty sure this is last year of his deal.
I don't hate the pick at all.
I'll take Levis here.
I wonder what Vikings fans are thinking. I mean, after last year's playoff showing, like you can't think that you're actually like
they need defense.
Right.
I mean, honestly, they should take Nolan Smith, who is still there. If they want to try to compete now, it should be Nolan Smith. But I think if they want to do what probably makes the most sense, at least from where I'm sitting, I think it's just grab the young quarterback. But if that defense was awful, like the Vikings defense sorely needs help. So Nolan Smith helps in that regard.
They need it on the secondary more so.
Yeah,
though.
but I'll stick with Levis here as my pick. Oh, wow, there you go. You got it. You got it right. Now we see this run on wide receivers. Wow.
1, 2, here, 21, 22, 23, real quick.
Yep. The top 4 receivers are gone and off the board.
Addison is now very interesting, and he might actually have let me tell you what. As far as for redrafts, I like Addison better than all 3 of the other guys.
I mean, he steps in as a starter.
Number 2.
He steps in as a starter. Adam Thielen is gone. KJ Osborne, he's gonna leapfrog him on the depth chart. Well, probably already probably just did that. Honestly,
big time.
Yeah, so I mean, they didn't have anybody else ready to go as far as opposite Justin Jefferson.
I mean, Zay Flowers could be the number 2 if we're going to put him ahead of Bateman.
He could.
And I guess it would be Jay, but like, yeah, Addison becomes interesting, and this is what we're talking about, right? For these receivers now, it's weird. Like they're now none of them fell to those elite spots, right? Buffalo, Kansas City. So no one, I don't think, took a big stupid jump over everybody, but it was. It definitely shakes it up a little bit.
Sure.
Makes it interesting because, we're going to have to, like a JSN who we thought number 1, didn't go that far ahead.
Nope. No, Addison's interesting because he's definitely, I mean, first of all, he's got a veteran quarterback throwing him the ball.
All 4 went in a row.
Yeah. 20, 21, 22, 23. Yep. Just like that. And the Giants just got froze out by that, actually, now that you think about it. They got froze out. I guarantee they wanted Addison to fall to them to 24. They were begging the Vikings to take either Nolan Smith or Will Levis just now.
Yeah, but they got so many small guys already. I love it. I love it for the fact that I have Darren Waller. They didn't get any of these guys.
Grab Isaiah Hodgins for a 3rd-round pick.
How about it?
I mean, shoot.
Let's see here real quick. Giants need offensive line bad, but there just aren't guys
There's
there.
not guys here. I mean, they could.
Do they reach for need?
They're not going to take either of these tight ends. They're not going to take Levis. They just paid Daniel Jones. I mean,
yeah, they're not taking a quarterback.
Do they take one of these defensive backs that are still here?
Joey Porter's still there.
Porter's still there. Deontay Banks is there.
Banks still there. Yeah.
I guarantee they wanted one of those wide receivers to fall to them, and they didn't make a move. I'm sure of it because they were watching them fall, and they were probably just like, "We're going to hold out," and that backfired by literally 1 pick.
Maybe they'll do a Kadarius Toney all over again. Just
go grab Marvin Mims.
Just grab Marvin Mims or Cedric Tillman right now.
Oof.
Maybe they grab what's his name, Mississippi.
Not Downs.
Mingo.
Oh God. I'll go ahead.
Might be Mingo time.
I don't think that's gonna happen.
I don't either. Hyatt's still on the board.
They could take Hyatt. They don't
need him though. They have enough of that type of player. I don't think they're just gonna if you're gonna get a receiver, get a big guy.
They wanted they needed Quentin Johnston.
Tillman or Mingo are like the 3.
They're How tall is Marvin Mims? I forget. I did a rookie write up on him as well.
I'll check real quick. 5'11". Not huge.
All right, that's okay. What did the Giants do here? What do they do here?
I don't know.
Do they take Nolan Smith? I mean, they have Dexter Lawrence as far as like the front 7.
They could
take Nolan Smith. Just take the bet. I mean, or it's one of these 3 defensive players, I'll assume.
They could just reach and grab like a Joe Tippmann or Osiris Torrance, like an offensive lineman.
I'll say they stop the fall of Nolan Smith. I'll say they stop the fall of Nolan Smith.
I think they're going to reach for need and go with Pittman.
I mean, they got to be looking at the situation that they have in their own division. I mean, the Eagles have a great offense. The Cowboys usually have a really, really good offense. The Commanders have
quarterbacks.
Right. Yeah. I mean, you have your piece. You have a couple pieces on offense already. There's nobody here now officially worth really reaching down to grab. Just go the other way and take the really good defensive prospect who's still there.
Yeah.
You know, I'll say they stop the fall of Nolan Smith here.
I don't hate that.
And if they don't, I don't know what they could. I don't know where else they would go here.
I'll be right back, Nick.
Okay. You gotta hurry back. This is gonna be in soon. Oh, they made a move. They traded up with the. When did this happen? They traded with the Jags. They flipped spots. They flipped spots and gave up fifth and seventh rounders. There's somebody here that they clearly like. I mean, I'll continue to say it's Nolan Smith. I'm not sure that they needed to make that trade with Jacksonville to make this happen. They moved up one spot and gave up fifth and seventh rounders. I mean, did they have to do this? I mean, okay. They flip flop with Jacksonville as far as first round picks.
I realize now. So we're still picking for the Giants.
Yeah.
To jump Jacksonville.
They jumped. Well, yeah, they flip flopped with Jacksonville because Jacksonville had the 24th pick. They gave them the 25th pick.
Right.
And then Jacksonville picked up fifth and seventh rounders in the deal.
So what did they want to? What did Jackson?
What did they want to do? What did they want to do to give up those fifth and seventh rounders to get up one spot? Could be Porter, could be Banks. I guess you wouldn't trade up for a linebacker for a guy who's listed as a linebacker in Nolan Smith.
I'm switching to Joey Porter.
I'll stick to what I originally said for the sake of
Nolan Smith
for consistency, but now I'm thinking like this isn't what they intended to trade up for, so I'll probably get this wrong. But I won't flip flop with the pick being in. I won't flip flop.
I'll go Joey Porter.
I feel like that could be the move.
I had the wrong D back. Right position.
Right position. Wrong guy. Okay. I mean, makes sense. Again, at this point, I figured you missed on the wide receivers. Just go the opposite direction and get the defensive back.
I mean, the NFC East has incredible receivers too, so
that's
it's not
true. Yeah, so you're gonna need somebody. You're gonna need somebody to have to deal with that. I mean, yeah, Philly, Dallas, and Washington all have good receivers. So I mean,
we got update. Celtics closed out.
The Celtics beat the Hawks.
That's what we expected.
Thank
expected. God. Appreciate all the Atlanta. I mean, I'm an Atlanta Falcons fan, but I am a 76ers fan. Appreciate my Atlanta brethren. I know, screw you guys for beating us. That's more on Ben Simmons a few years ago. But thank you for giving Embiid more rest.
Those 2 extra days. Ooh, the Jags just traded the pick to the Bills.
Whoa!
What are the Bills doing here? The Bills are grabbing Will Levis. What? I'm just kidding.
That's his pick. That's his pick.
No.
Wow, interesting.
I mean, they could use a wide receiver, but why move up? Why move up? Wait, did they
bolster the offensive line? Do they go Tittman? Do they go?
Are they about to take?
I'm gonna go Joe Tittman for the. But what would they trade up for? Bills
they traded with the Jags.
They jumped the Cowboys and
they jumped Dallas.
Where's Dallas? What are they looking for? Dallas is looking for defense.
Some secondary help, maybe.
Some D line. I mean, other than Parsons.
Yeah. They have
no, they got the secondary, but I'm just saying on the D line there.
They have DeMarcus Lawrence.
Yeah.
So I mean, they've got guys there.
Mozzie Smith or Brian Breesy are options.
Oh, do they go safety?
That's different. That's
Branch.
That's Branch.
I'm thinking of Branch. Sorry, not Breesy.
Branch is safety.
I don't know where they go here. And you don't trade up for a safety. There's no way.
I don't think they're trading up for offensive line because Dallas didn't need it.
Are they trading up for Zach Charbonnet?
They actually could.
Dallas could use a running back.
I mean, Pollard was great, but
right, but every team deploys 2.
How old is Tony Pollard?
24, 20. He's not that old.
Is that it? 25.
25.
I'm not gonna be a Detroit Lion general manager right now and give them another one. Man.
I'm not sure what they're doing here. I guess I'll say
I'm not gonna read in the trade too much. I'm gonna go Joe Tippmann.
I'll say Porter because he's still out there. Get some secondary help. Deal with Tyreek Hill and Garrett Wilson and Jalen Waddle and Randall Cobb when he comes over to the Jets.
Rojo Fish. Out to dinner. Falcons taking Bijan ruined his night.
Wow.
Is he a Falcons fan?
So Rojo is a Saints fan. So you guys are gonna be getting along. You guys will be
big time.
You guys will be getting along.
Dallas needs a tight end. He's thinking Cade.
Dallas. But the Bills aren't gonna. I mean, the Bills
are fine with Knox, right?
Yeah, they got Dawson Knox. He's fine. I mean, unless they want to go 12 personnel a little bit more.
Cade's interesting just to get another pass catcher in there.
Sure, but and they're not gonna get a wide receiver.
Is that Will Levis's girlfriend?
It's either no. It looks like his sister. They look alike.
His girlfriend or sister on the other side, they all look the same.
It's either his girlfriend or his sister, and the fact that I can't distinguish is not good.
This is a hard-hitting analysis you get.
Right. This is what you guys get when you spend your evenings with us after 11 o'clock at night on the East Coast.
If you thought Miss Alabama was going to go viral after we just talked about,
think again. Miss Kentucky, come on down. Are they showing him because
his sister on the right? His girlfriend and sister on the left?
Okay. It looks like they could be.
Look at his arm around her.
Oh yeah, that's not his sister. Well, that's a little. That'd be a little weird.
Look, he's got a pillow between him and his mom.
Right.
He said, "Get away from me." That's his girlfriend.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. Are they showing him because the Bills are going to take him?
No. I would hope not.
Is there a quarterback competition brewing in Buffalo that nobody was prepared for here?
Nick.
I mean, he's not getting drafted in the first round at this point. The Raiders or the Titans need to trade back in, and that doesn't.
He's not. You're right. You're 100% right.
Doesn't seem like that's gonna be the case. I'll just say.
You said Porter.
I'll say Porter. They got to deal with Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle and Garrett Wilson, and when he eventually signs Randall Cobb.
Yeah, it's tough to read. That's what I'm saying. These late picks are tough.
Yeah, I mean, you're running out of. These are the teams that just have fewer needs. You know, they don't have as many. There's just fewer holes.
Yep.
But opposite Tre'Davious White could use some help.
Dalton Kincaid, Rojo Fish.
Rojo, you called it, dog. Wow.
Good call. Unless you knew about it. In which case, that's cheating.
So he leapfrogs Michael Mayer as the top tight end off the board.
I'm not totally surprised. I think Mayer was being a little overblown. Kincaid's got way more pass catching upside.
Yeah.
And we all know Gabe Davis is a bum. So
I mean, they're going to be running, I guess, a ton of 12 personnel. Because you don't want Dawson Knox to just go away. That's a pretty good seal on that block in the highlight against Oregon. They're going to be running a lot of 12 personnel, which means, yeah, I mean, I guess that wide receiver 2 spot's going to be interchangeable. It's going to be a committee. Like, they'll put Gabe out there sometimes, but he'll take a back seat here and there for any of the other guys, like the depth guys, like a Deontay Hardy. Who else do they have there now? I know McKenzie's gone.
They've got,
they're probably happy with Khalil Shakir. They're happy with Khalil Shakir. So
he's
yeah,
more of a slot receiver though, but
yeah. No, this gives Josh Allen another weapon. I mean, I won't sit here and definitively say that this submarines Dawson Knox. I think they're both going to play a lot. Obviously, it makes Dawson Knox a little less enticing. And I guess from a dynasty rookie draft perspective, does it make Kincaid a little less interesting in, say, the second round of rookie drafts? Maybe not because of the landing spot.
No, if I have a second round pick, I mean, depending on where. Here's the thing, and this is why we're going to be on the stream tomorrow, giving you guys more of this hard hitting Modelo analysis. The running back landing spots are going to be interesting for the sake of how they are drafted in your rookie drafts, because right now, before I see any of those landing spots, Kincaid is an attractive, especially tight end premium, attractive pick in potentially the top of the second, even, do I dare say, late first?
I mean, he's a first-round pick, and Michael Mayer is going to be in that conversation as well, because it certainly looks like the Cowboys might be taking him.
They certainly will consider it. I'm looking at it now.
Yeah, they're gonna take Mayer. That's the pick. I gotta imagine. I gotta imagine that's where the Cowboys go.
That's what you think?
Yeah, they're gonna take Mayer. I mean, they have a need there. They have a severe need there. Dalton Schultz is gone.
They already have Diggs and Gilmore, so they're not going to go Joey Porter.
They don't need a defensive back. They don't have Dalton Schultz anymore.
They almost don't need a defensive player.
Yeah, I mean,
their tackles are a little questionable, but there's not a tackle here to grab.
No, you're just praying that Tyron Smith can make it through a season.
Yeah, I do like the Mayer pick.
Mm-hmm. That's gonna be the pick. I have to imagine. Figure that's gonna be the case. What do we got? About five or six picks left in this first round. Five left after the Cowboys make their selection, and they're showing Jason Witten highlights right now. They've been showing Michael Mayer's looking, with his family watching the TV. They just showed the Cowboys draft room.
I like the pick, Nick. I'm going Michael Mayer with you.
I mean, by all accounts, this is what it's going to be, and it is something that the Cowboys absolutely need. They don't have Jake Ferguson, I think, is their starter right now as far as what's on the depth chart. They have a need. This is not he's right here. It's a land. He falls right into their lap. He's got a first round grade. I mean, that's the pick there. Can't imagine Dallas goes anywhere else, especially considering the amount of attention they are kind of focusing on this right now. So after this pick, there will be 5 more picks. We'll be shutting it down shortly after that. So one more time, appreciate everybody coming in and hanging out for the marathon that is the first round of the NFL draft. Hope everybody's enjoyed their evening watching, whatever the situation is and whatever team you're rooting for. Like Will said, we will be back at it tomorrow. The draft kicks off, I believe, at 7 o'clock Eastern tomorrow, not 8, so it's a little earlier. Plenty of coverage in the second round, as we again expect the running backs to find some homes. Some of the second and third tier receivers find some homes. Going to be a lot more fantasy relevant picks in day 2, with strong enough capital to feel perfectly fine about plenty of these guys that are yet to be drafted. That's where we get to really dive in and talk about, what does this mean for your dynasty rookie draft, whether that's this coming week or the following week or whatever. So be on the lookout for that. Thank you guys again for hanging out tonight. We'll as we bring this home.
Got 2 more beers to drink.
There you go.
They're going to start speeding up on me.
Yeah, the Cowboys pick is in. Got to imagine they're taking Michael Mayer here. Jacksonville's up at 27. Now we're in the territory of teams that don't need a quarterback. This appears to be.
We've been in that territory.
Yeah,
the Saints are the only ones you can even possibly consider. But I looked at the contract for Derek Carr, undrafted free agent, not until like 27 or 28, potential out in 26. They're not going anywhere quarterback wise in this draft. At least in the first round.
No, Will Levis is going to fall in the second round, and at this point, I mean, where do you take him in a Superflex rookie draft?
That's what I'm saying. I'm so glad I didn't do any trade for the 107.
Right. Like, where do you even take him? He's a second round. He feels like a second round pick now in dynasty rookie drafts, like in Superflex leagues.
That's tough. We'll see where he lands.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, in our league back in the first saw run on the quarterbacks last year.
Mm-hmm.
In the third round quarterbacks. Give me Michael Mayer. Come on. Ozzie Smith, tackle. I said like he was in the mix. Like it just.
I did not expect that. Interesting. Does Mayer go to Cincinnati?
Possibly.
That's an even better landing spot.
Oh, for sure. I'm not high on him for fantasy though. Not that he's not talented, but I think he's more of an NFL tight end than a fantasy tight end. That's just my personal opinion.
You pair him in a spot like with Joe Burrow, and that could change things.
True. Shit, Jaguars are up.
I'll say they take Porter here.
You think?
Yeah, I mean they're pretty set on offense, right? You're not taking the only thing that there's not an offensive line. There's not an offensive line prospect here that you want to take. You're set at receiver. You drafted Travis Etienne in the first round a couple of years ago. I know it was a different coaching staff, but Etienne's fine there, and you're not. There's no way in hell you're grabbing Charbonnet here. They could use some help on defense.
So you're going Porter?
I'll say they go Porter here.
Okay.
And as far as like Nolan Smith, they already have Josh Allen, the other Josh Allen.
Yeah, no, I don't think they're going there.
I'll say they go Porter here.
And they drafted Trayvon Walker first overall last year too, so they're not going with a rusher.
Yeah, I'll say they take Porter. Continue to shore up the defense. Because Jacksonville is looking at if you're the Jaguars, you're looking at the rest of this draft, or you're looking at your division. Like, okay, Houston got Stroud and Will Anderson. They've got the building blocks now.
Right.
Tennessee
went and got Skoronski.
Tennessee got Skoronski, but they are clearly on, like, as a team, they're on the decline. And Indianapolis.
Yeah, Indy went and got their quarterback.
They went and got their quarterback, which is exciting, but he's a bit of a project most likely. He's going to take some time to develop, but at that point, like, all of these teams in your division got their quarterbacks and addressed offense. Like, you have your offense. Go get one of the best defensive prospects. make life a little bit more difficult for those young quarterbacks coming in. That you have to play twice a year now.
Yeah.
You know? Like, you already got Lawrence. I'll say Porter's the pick here.
I don't hate it. Yeah, it's a shame they don't need rusher because there's just still some talent on the board. Murphy,
Sure.
Smith.
Yeah, Miles Murphy being here. New Orleans
Nolan
could take
Smith
him.
and Miles Murphy are they're both fallers at this point. Levis we know is fallen. Porter's at this point kind of fallen. Not fallen, but definitely lower than I thought he'd be. There's some talent left on the board for sure. Mozzie Smith. I'm gonna go Brian. I don't want to go him. Yeah, Brian Breesy.
Okay.
I like the Porter pick though, but I don't really want to match you on stuff.
Okay. That's fine.
But I'm just I'm not saying if I don't think you're nuts.
Well, that's good. Somebody needs to.
Somebody needs to know.
Yeah.
Now I will pre-lock in Michael Mayer to the Bengals.
That one makes sense to me. Who's they had Hayden Hurst last year. They didn't let him. Carolina has him now. Who'd they bring in? They brought in
Who's that?
Cincinnati. They thought they brought in a free agent tight end.
Cincinnati brought in Irv Smith.
That's right. They brought in was that a trade?
No.
Oh, they just signed him? Okay. That's right. They brought in
Okay,
yeah. So Michael Mayer's absolutely in play for Cincinnati.
And Devin Asiasi from New England.
Wow, lest we forget.
Don't forget about him.
Don't forget about Asi Bowl.
Who's Mel's best available? He's got Porter at 3. Levis has to be 1. Maybe
Nolan Smith is Nolan Smith and then Miles Murphy. Yeah.
And it drops significantly. As a Falcons fan, I'm interested. Do they keep falling? And that's why these top of the second rounders are always interesting because you always get these weird falls here to the out of the first round. I mean, Will Levis is just quarterback. It's you need it or you don't. So. We'll see. Good for John for tanking in Dynasty, so he didn't have the 7th pick. He had the 4th pick.
Yeah. Wait, who's this new girl that Will Levis has his arm around?
That's Zendaya. That is a different girl. What's going on?
What is going on right now in Will Levis's world? He doesn't seem to be losing, even though he's losing.
Wait a second.
I'm so See, okay, we need to pause all draft analysis right now and figure out what the hell's going on and how Will Levis has 2 girlfriends. Openly and publicly, and they're together.
They're going offensive line. Anton Harrison.
Okay.
What do you think?
I mean, sure.
They need offensive line, so
yeah.
It is what it is.
I mean, number one thing is obviously you have Trevor Lawrence. That's great. You need to keep him upright. So, if you...
Yeah, keep going, sorry.
Just if you feel like he can be a day one starter for you, for a team that should be the odds-on favorite to win the division and therefore have expectations to, win in the playoffs, I mean... Okay, you got to think that he's a day one starter that can protect Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah,
I
mean, I'll take O-line help.
Sure.
I like it for that. I got Travis Etienne in our Dynasty Superflex League.
Yeah, sure, can help.
Happy about that. I mean, you kind of already got your offensive skill positions figured out there, so just help the trenches.
Sure. I guess I figured they might go defense to counter the acquisitions by their division mates tonight. But if you've got a first round grade on this guy and you are thinking to yourself, well, we don't love the other defensive prospects more than we like the idea that he's capable to step in right away.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
On the flip side, you said who they got tonight. Houston just got Will Anderson.
Right. True.
And then you have Indy already. I don't know if they really have anyone actually.
Yeah, I mean they've got
Buckner, I guess, but he's more maybe interior. And then
Tennessee has Justin Simmons.
Exactly.
So you can see the logic there.
Simmons, Danico Autry's not bad. You got, Arden Key is also solid.
Sure.
I don't have a problem with that.
Not even in their division.
More protection around Trevor Lawrence.
Sure. Not even in their own division. They got to see firsthand in the playoffs, Joey Bosa and Khalil Mack.
Chris Jones.
That's the type of tier of that level talent
that's
that you're
where they're targeting.
Right.
Yeah.
That's their goal. That's where they want to get to. And those are the types of pass rushes that you need to figure out a way to neutralize if you're going to be worth a damn in those games. So, yeah.
You have a pick for Cincy, Nick?
I'll go back to the well with Mayer. I mean, the Bengals don't have a ton of glaring holes in my opinion. Maybe they go Porter, but why not just keep giving Joe Burrow more stuff to work with?
I don't disagree.
I'll say Mayer here. This is where they take it to and Irv Smith.
But Porter makes a lot of sense too. Honestly, I'm fine either way.
Porter makes a lot of sense, but you don't have Irv Smith is not a long-term answer.
Is Mixon still with Cincinnati?
He is. They're not taking Jahmyr Gibbs. I'll say Mayer.
Miles Murphy.
Wow.
There's one of the fallers.
Yeah. That's interesting because they do have some guys as far as edge rushers. They have Hubbard. They have, oh my gosh, who's the other guy that they have? Hendrickson. They have, they have
edge rushers.
Yeah, they have some guys.
Hubbard, Jermaine Pratt.
Yeah. So they're just adding some depth there.
Yeah.
Okay. They just.
No,
they want to help their own defense. Whatever.
They just must have had a high rating on him because I don't think he was a need at that point, but they must have just liked what they saw. Clemson wasn't as good this year, but listen, Murphy was looked at very highly amongst a lot of teams, and I don't, at this point, you're picking the guys that you have high on the board, and some of the mocks I saw, Miles Murphy was a top, 12 pick, so that's who you like and who your D coordinator likes, go get him.
Mm-hmm.
Fantasy analysis? None.
Negatory. Yeah, there's nothing there.
Murphy's got to be happy as hell. You're on a team that is competing for a Super Bowl.
Oh, sure.
For the next 5 to 10 years with Burrow. Even longer with Burrow.
It's another 7 or 8 years. I would say somewhat easily. Got to be where you're at least in contention.
Yeah.
Yeah,
no, you can't be mad about that.
No, of course not. And the pressure's not because of the guys that they already have. The pressure's not going to be on for him away.
We gotta figure out who Rojo's getting here for New Orleans.
Yeah, who are the Saints taking?
We're gonna be You can talk to us on the chat, but don't tip the pick if you get it.
Yeah.
If you tip the pick, I'll be upset. Let me see.
Could they take?
What I think for you guys.
Could they take Porter? They should. Marshawn Lattimore missed some significant time this past season, and he's how old is he now? What was he like the
Lattimore?
20? Yeah, was he the 2014 draft or not 20? Or sorry, that was too long ago. 2017 draft?
No, older than that, I think.
2017 draft. Oh, yeah.
He's only 26.
26. Okay, never mind.
How is he that young?
I thought he was a little bit older than that.
2017, yeah. Holy shit. I didn't know he was that young. He's been in the league forever.
All right, so maybe they don't go Porter here necessarily, but
was he 19 his rookie year? Hold on, or 20? He was just young.
He was just I think he was just 20 years old. Just
wow,
really, really good, really, really early.
Lattimore and Mike Evans are best friends.
Yeah, they hang out and golf like every weekend.
Shit, man, this is a tough pick. I mean,
this is a tough call. What they're going to do here?
Porter's the talent, obviously.
I mean, they addressed offensive line last year. They got their quarterback, obviously. There's not a wide receiver here that's real. You know what? I mean, this could be telling. I'll go out on.
What's that? Say it.
I mean, if there's legitimate, real concern about Alvin Kamara and what his legal process or what his future holds as far as the legal process, do they take Charbonnet? I mean,
no.
They
just signed Jamal Williams.
Oh, that's right. They did sign Jamal Williams. Okay. I forgot about the Jamal Williams signing.
Breesy so bad. We have 2 D tackles on the roster right now. No, man. You got more now. You got Nathan Shepard. You got Kalen Saunders. Prince Amili. Come on. You got 3. You don't have many. Listen. You could get Breesy. I think Porter you can't be mad about because Lattimore, obviously, but you got no one on the left side.
Yeah.
You got, obviously, Tyrann Mathieu at safety. Like,
that's good.
You shore up the secondary a little more because you know Desmond Ritter's about to throw all over that ass. And Bijan's going to be busting your shit up. That's why he wants a D tackle because he knows Bijan's going to be running over him.
Bijan's coming.
Twice a year. Michael Thomas, Mr. Slants, is a skeleton.
Bijan's coming.
Let's see here.
Yeah, let's see what they do.
Yeah, what do we think, Nick?
I'll say Porter.
Oof.
I just can't imagine he falls out of the first round.
Man, I don't know. I'm going to go Nolan Smith. Because the Saints will do something that pissed me off. But they got Cameron Jordan, Carl. They don't need edge rusher.
They don't need edge rusher. I mean, how old's Cam? Cam Jordan's like a 10-year vet at this point. So, I mean.
Yeah, did they go Nolan Smith? He is old, right?
He's older. So it could be, it could be the replacement plan that they just kind of installed.
33.
Mm-hmm.
I'll go Nolan Smith. Where are you going, Joey Porter?
Yeah, I think it might be Smith, but I'll stick to my guns and say Porter.
I'll flip with you if you want. You want Smith? I'll go Porter.
I'll take Porter.
You sticking? All right.
Yeah, I'll stick. I'll stay true to my. If I officially say like here's what I think is going to happen, I'll just go ahead and stick with that. What are we doing here, Mickey?
Okay, Rojo's got it, but he's keeping it to himself. Right. I like it.
Thanks, Rojo. Appreciate it, man. We will be sure to talk shop here shortly.
Saints do have an early second, remember. It was just the first they traded to you guys.
That's right.
Brian Brzee! Oh, man.
He was, you got your wish. Rojo got his wish.
Wish has been granted.
Wish granted. Hell yeah. Nice call. Whether that was a call or just like a wish list, either way.
No, he was talking about him a long time ago.
Yeah.
And then he said just found out, but he won't say it now.
There you go.
Congrats, man.
That's awesome.
That is funny.
There you go.
I mean, they got scared of Bijan, is what I told you. What it is.
This is a reactionary pick.
Yes, big time. I just lost my stream, by the way, because I think they went over the. I'll get it back in a sec, but
Okay.
we're just gonna watch Brian Breezy highlights.
We're gonna watch these highlights. We're just
I can
ripping
deal with
dudes down.
A pause in the telecast.
Oh, this was in the college football playoffs a couple of years ago. Yeah, we locked up Trey Sermon. Well, that doesn't look super impressive now.
Listen.
That's a good play. I mean,
Eagles are up again, Nick. What are we thinking?
They are. I mean, they don't.
Your squad's up, and Nolan Smith is staring you in the face.
No, I mean, he's a linebacker by trade, right? I mean,
is it Will Levis?
I'm gonna go ahead and go out on a limb and say that it is not Will Levis.
Let me ask you as an Eagles fan. I'm gonna throw some names out there. Tell me if you're happy about it, disappointed, or like neutral, like you get it. You ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Jalen Hyatt.
Nah.
Okay.
Nah.
Joe Tippmann, offensive line.
I mean, he'd sit and develop with Stoutland for a couple of years, so I wouldn't hate that one.
Okay. Joey Porter.
I would be fine with that because the Eagles' corners are older. Like Darius Slay is on the other side of 30. Bradbury. How old is Bradbury? I forget.
I'll look it up. He is 29.
Yeah, so I mean, I would be fine with Porter. Slay is 32 or 33.
No, he's that old? 32. Wow, yeah. He's older than I realized.
Rojo, Flowers did go. Flowers went 22nd to the Ravens.
He's talking a lot. I missed that.
He said
at this point, Flowers hasn't gone yet.
Yeah, Flowers went to the Ravens. 22, I think. 20.
You missed that at dinner, dog.
Yeah, man.
4-receiver run. It was 20 was JSN, 21 was Johnston, 22 Flowers, 23 was
Addison. I'll go ahead and say that they take Porter here. The Eagles do.
Nick, what's your clock? What's your clock at? My Hulu's been acting stupid.
It's funny. 450 and counting. 449.
I'm all right. I'm at 434. So tell me when you're there.
Okay. 0, 39, 38, 37,
hard hitting,
35, 34. There we go. Boom. Yeah,
got it.
Our technicals are totally sound.
We got my non-microphone microphone.
That's okay.
Listen, people.
Hey,
listen, everybody.
The effort was put in. I was stopped by technology. I'll say they go Porter here. Slay and Bradbury are older.
You're picking Porter? Is that your pick?
I'll say Porter. I will say though, Michael Mayer is officially a dark horse here because the Eagles do like having two solid tight ends, and the guys that they have behind Dallas Goedert are fine, but they're not overall difference makers. That would be the one interesting potential zigzag they could do here. But I'll say Porter because the guys that they currently have are older. Slay is 32. Bradbury's 29. Get a guy, and Avonte Maddox, I believe. Maddox is older, or younger, excuse me, but I mean, he's a great guy he's a great slot corner. They need a dude who can go on the outside.
Yeah, I mean, Maddox is definitely your nickel.
Yeah.
But, if Slay's going to age out, it's him and Bradbury now, which works. But if you want to get a guy, I mean, you guys are just a great all-around team. So it's tough to really, find a position of need. I mean, if you want to nitpick a little bit, linebacker.
Sure. But they don't value that at all. I mean, they could take Nolan Smith here. Georgia. Everything's Georgia.
That might be my pick. I think it is.
I think they're going to take Porter.
I think either one is a great pick for you guys, and that room is cheering. Is it Jalen Reagor to Josh Downs?
Holy hell, they're taking Marvin Mims.
Live applause.
Yeah,
Let's just see if the Vikings are laughing on the next show.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
All right, Roger. Tell Nick how his franchise is going to do. And listen, I paced this poorly.
What'd you just say?
I gotta finish one more beer before the next pick is over.
Ah, right. You got to hit that 4 beer minimum.
Well, I've hit 7. This will be 8.
Oh, okay. So you need to double your minimum.
What's the minimum?
I thought you said four beers for the duration of the first round.
No, I said 8.
Oh, okay. Good on you sticking with that. I just got a text message, but I'm gonna ignore it because I missed whatever.
It's got to be Eagles related.
I whatever it is. I didn't see a word of it. I don't know who sent it to me. I am not.
Well, you're already locked in to Joey Porter. I mean, he is a Philly. He went to Penn State, so
yeah, he went to Penn State. Dad went to Penn State as well.
I don't know how much that plays in.
Maybe a little bit, but I'll go ahead and say it's Porter. They could use a guy in the secondary to kind of develop or sit behind 2 guys who are good, and then maybe take over as soon as next year as a starter.
I didn't see the name, but Rojo loves the Eagles pick.
He said he loves
whatever
the Eagles
it is.
pick. I'm curious to see.
But he's a Saints fan, so he might like it for the wrong reason.
Rojo's good.
He's a good guy.
Oh yeah. We got good.
I saw Sam's message.
We got good people here. I'm not looking.
It's Will Levis. I'm just kidding.
I don't know. I would log off immediately. I'd be like, why?
Well, if it's Will Levis, I'm meeting you out for a drink right now.
Deal.
Ah, crap.
Oh, we have one more. We got to do one more thing. All right. Well, while we are doing this, just want to say that there is one last pick left on the board tonight by your defending Super Bowl champion Kansas City Chiefs after the Eagles make their selection. Once that happens, we will be wrapping this up. Thank you guys.
How do you feel
Appreciate it. Just wanted to throw that out there. Appreciate you guys for coming in and hanging out with us. Be sure to tune back in tomorrow night at 7 o'clock Eastern. We will be back. Wrapping it up shortly after this pick and the next one.
How do you feel about Dude Perfect announcing your trip?
This is spectacular. We got a coin. I'm not. I admittedly my TV is muted because I didn't want background noise for this excellent audio experience that we were able to bring to you guys tonight. So I'm not sure what this is all about. I'm not. I'll have to read about this, I guess. They flipped a coin, a big coin.
Kelsey coin. I don't know what's going on. I think they gave the pick away to the Chiefs. It sounds like if they flipped it.
Oh, is that? Oh, that's Mrs. Kelsey. That's Jason and Travis's dad.
Yeah, that's the mom.
Mom.
Is she announcing both picks?
She should. She's the GOAT. There we go. Wow, Nolan Smith.
What a late call by me.
Yep.
As I've guessed him incorrectly for two different teams.
Yep, it's been a while.
Are you happy with that? I mean, I think that's a great pick for in general. He's a highly talented player. They lost T.J. Edwards and the whole Georgia defense now.
We're just getting the whole Georgia defense. Yeah, that's fine. I'm fine with an all SEC defense. I mean, it makes sense from the perspective of we lost T.J. Edwards in free agency. We lost Kaiser White in free agency. There was a need there. I mean, it's pretty common knowledge at this point. The Eagles do not really value players at that position. But, when you combine a talent level like him falling, plus they lost both of their starters, I mean, it makes sense. I'm a little surprised. I figured they would go Porter and value the defensive back, especially with 2 older cornerbacks starting the season for them. But, I mean, it's hard to be upset, so to speak.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's one of those players that could just pop. Like, I'm not saying he's going to be J.J. Watt or T.J. Watt at all.
Sure,
but like,
sure.
This is where T.J. Watt went.
Yeah,
Like
late
end
first.
of that round. Like
Right.
he just has that like the upside to just be like a big difference maker on a defense that's already elite. I mean,
Working with a
all you
great
gotta do
defensive
is
line. Yeah. Just
you don't think? I mean, the Eagles are just gonna be favorites to win the NFC again, like no question.
yeah, I
So,
mean San Francisco's going to get some love
here
there.
it is.
Yeah.
You guys, you keep saying an SEC defense, Nick.
It's just
you have
Georgia.
the Georgia defense.
We have the Georgia
Like,
defense. I'm
it's
not
the same
mad about
school.
that.
The synergy, they all played together.
Right.
You just took them out of Athens and put them in
Just put them in
Philadelphia.
Philly. And for whatever that it's worth, it's another
Other than Dean, all first rounders.
yeah. And for whatever it's worth, it's just another resource for Jalen Carter. You know.
Exactly. And listen, Jordan Davis is there for
another
a familiar face, like
right. He's there. Right. He's a guy who, he was there with him when Carter was already starting to dominate. I mean, this
you gotta
is
be happy. An Eagles fan leaving this draft, you have to be ecstatic.
they got two premier defensive prospects and potentially a top 2 or 3 player from a talent perspective.
I said if the Falcons got him at 8, I was going to be like,
you'd
okay.
be happy. Yeah, you'd be really happy.
30.
Yeah. Yeah.
Biggest losers tonight are Penn State fans, by the way.
Porter.
Which I know you're against them in general.
I feel so bad. What Porter fell out? Well, that Porter could still go here. Porter could still go here. Kansas City doesn't exactly have shutdown guys at the for defensive back, and there's not a wide receiver here that's probably worth lunging for.
Yeah,
Travis Kelce's going to catch 150 balls next year. Take him 4th overall in one quarterback redraft.
Man, they still need more pass rush though. I don't think they're going. I think they're going up front.
Maybe Keon White.
I'm looking. Keon White. I like Felix.
I could go Keon White.
Anudike Uzoma. I'm gonna go that guy.
I'll say White.
You're gonna go White?
I'll say okay. Keon White. It's Will Levis. So Will Levis. We're kind of joking at your own expense, but you clearly have two girlfriends that are just publicly aware of each other, and it's fine. So, I mean,
I said about time you listened to me, Will. That might have been my dad talking on Donna's chat. You did say they'd trade up for Nolan Smith, so you were wrong. He fell to them, and so I said,
and they scoop him up.
Great pick.
Chiefs are milking their clock, basking in there. Just a reminder that they are the defending champs.
Someone trades up and it's
Will Levis, Hendon Hooker.
But there's no immediate people here that are drafting quarterbacks, so I don't think that's happening.
No.
The pick
is in. The Chiefs will be. I'll say they take White here. Keon White, shore up the front 7.
How many did I get today so far? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Nick, you only got 6.
I'll take it.
Me getting Bijan right, I was surprised.
It felt like it was kind of, you knew he was getting taken high. It was just a matter of is he really going to go in the top 10 given the narrative that has absolutely engulfed the running back, the world as far as it pertains to running backs in the draft. The Falcons decided to say, screw that.
If there was a team to go against the grain and just piss in the wind with that, It's the Falcons. So
Arthur Smith loves that type of logic.
Yep.
So
Yes, you guys.
I can only continue to pray for Kyle Pitts. He's going to catch 2 balls for 24 yards, but he's going to look great blocking for Bijan.
You happy to have him in Dynasty?
Totally.
I'll trade you Darren Waller straight up.
Nah.
I think those are different leagues, actually.
Yeah, they are. You have him in the league. You have Darren Waller in the league that I don't have Kyle Pitts.
Right.
I made multiple offers over the past for the past year plus in that league for Kyle Pitts, and I was turned down. Thought I get some good offers too.
You don't have good players, so I don't know how you could have gotten good offers.
I have good young players.
Anthony Germain says, GG's NFL, GG's, talking about the Philly defense.
I mean, with a more competent defensive coordinator, they had a 10-point lead at halftime in the Super Bowl, so I mean.
Well, it didn't stop Mahomes last time.
Well, that's because Jonathan Gannon gave up 1,000,000 yards, and then the Arizona said, yeah, you look like a good head coach. That's a different story.
You lost Miles Sanders. You guys don't have a high second, so like you're waiting a while. Are they going to draft a running back tomorrow?
They could.
I think they certainly will.
They're not getting Charbonnet. Charbonnet's going to go higher than.
Yeah, they won't get Charbonnet, but do they get one of those other guys? If not, if they don't get a day 2 running back, Penny's value is
way up.
Way up.
Yeah, I mean, like a Tank Bigsby could be fine. I want to like A-Chain, but he's small. He's little. That's the problem. I like A-Chain. He's got straight line speed, fast as hell. He's just little.
I agree.
You know, and that's a little concerning. Yeah, I mean, to be determined. Lots of fantasy relevant picks are going to be made tomorrow. Probably more than were made tonight. As we wind this down,
gonna be here for it.
Yep, gonna be here for it. Plenty of coverage, fantasy related and otherwise tonight, tomorrow night. The draft kicks off at 7 p.m. Eastern on Friday. The Steelers are on the clock with the first pick of the second round. So see what direction they go in. Right out the chute. It's going to be a fun night.
Did they bring out the third Lombardi right now before this pick?
Yeah, they did.
Right in your face.
Yeah, it's whatever.
Oh, I got him!
Wow, you got it right.
What a last 2. I got 9 of them.
I had the position, but not the player. And he's not going to. He's pretty close to home. Kansas State going to Kansas City.
Yes, sir.
So,
all right. So we're back tomorrow, right?
Yep, that's gonna do it for tonight. There's not a whole lot of fantasy relevant conversations to be had with these last few picks. So that is gonna wrap for this evening. We'll be sure to talk shop tomorrow. Be sure to tune in 7 p.m. Eastern. Thanks again one last time for everybody coming in and hanging out for the first round. Appreciate all the engagement. Everybody enjoy your evening. Hope the first round lived up to your expectations and the hype. We will see you guys tomorrow.
Thank you guys.